us now to a meditative thought and the Pledge of Allegiance. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm especially grateful tonight to Ms. Galloway. I left the house and left my glasses. She just happened to have a spare. This meeting is held in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. The news media has been notified and a copy of the agenda has been made available to the public. The meeting is open to the public, and the public is welcome to attend in person. All persons wishing to attend the meeting by virtual means may do so via YouTube, Sumter School District Board meetings, and Sumter School District Facebook page. The Sumter School District vision is that it is committed to educating, empowering, and enriching the lives of all students to reach their full potential. And the mission, the Sumter School District mission is committed to providing a safe, nurturing, and high-quality educational environment that supports diversity and equips students for local and global success. I'm Ralph Canty. I represent Area 3. I serve as chairman. Bonnie S. Disney Esquire represents Area 9. It serves as vice chair. Sean T. Reagan represents Area 5 and serves as our clerk. Sherry White, representing Area 7, is our parliamentarian. Daniel Palumbo represents Area 1. Brittany English, Area 2. Tara Kaiser Johnson, Area 4. Matthew Mac McLeod, Area 6. Jeff Zell, Area 8. And Deborah McQueen, the Shore Air Force Base representative. Our superintendent is Dr. William T. Wright, Jr. Ms. Shante Scott is our administrative manager, and we are wonderfully blessed with an executive staff that does a wonderful job. As we move swiftly now toward the close of the school year, there are yet matters that are relevant to this board, and so we meet tonight to continue to discharge them. I hereby officially call the meeting to order, and the agenda is presented. If there is any discussion of the agenda, we will entertain it at this time. If not, the agenda will be approved. Hearing none, the agenda stands approve.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I motion to move 6.3 up to um, 6.1.
I second that.
Can you say that again, please?
Can I motion to move 6.3 Office of Academics grading system up to 6.1?
Mr. Chair, I second that.
Okay, all right. Prior to or around the district, is that what you're suggesting?
Correct.
Okay,
May I ask what is the cause of
You may.
moving the, so I'm not understanding what would be the cause to move the item that's already underneath the superintendent's report prior to the superintendent giving his report?
Sure, not a problem. It's just to make sure time period, we haven't spent enough time on talking about it.
Well, the agenda is already long anyway.
I know.
We have 11 items on there tonight, and so I disagree.
Well,
Thank you.
Totally
Mr.
understand.
Chair, I second that motion.
excuse me?
I second that motion.
All right. We have a motion on the second to amend the agenda to switch item 6.3 to 6.1. Is there any discussion? Those favoring the motion will indicate with a show of hands. Four. Okay. Those opposed by the same sign. Three, two abstentions. Okay? The motion dies. The agenda will.
Does that not pass, Mr. Duncan?
Ma'am?
Pass.
Passes.
I'm sorry. Please excuse me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for that correction.
That's all right.
Yeah, thank you. It passes, all right? Very good. All right, we have special recognitions, 3.1. Avid student recognition, Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, at this time we're going to recognize some of our amazing students from the AVID program. AVID is obviously a program that is near and dear to our hearts in Sumter School District, and so we have representatives here tonight that will come forth at this time. If y'all, the representatives, if you'll come forth at this time, and we'll go ahead and get moving on the presentation. It's always a pleasure when we can celebrate our young folks and their successes. I will do whatever you want me. Yes.
Good evening, guys. We are here to celebrate our amazing AVID students at Sumter High School. These students are winning the AVID Award, and I'm going to ask Ms. Slaney to tell you a little bit about this AVID Award before we call our students' name. She works with them every day.
Good evening, everybody. I am the AVID coordinator and AVID elective instructor at Sumter High School. We have AVID scholars who have maintained a GPA above 3.0. They've accumulated 250 plus community service hours, and they've also been outstanding AVID scholars throughout their years each year at Sumter High School, and so we're here to just recognize and celebrate them tonight.
Our first student is Jacory Baxter. He will be attending Claflin. Our next student will be Arnez Dansby. He will also be attending Claflin on a full ride, which equates to more than $160,000 in scholarships. Our next student is Evan Gregg. He will be attending USC Columbia with over $150,000 of scholarships. And our last student is Jaden Wilder. He'll be attending Newberry College with over $77,000 of scholarships. Thank you very much. Yes.
Y'all might want to go around, shake all the board members' hands while you're up here. In front. Come around.
I take pride in, Mr. Superintendent,
Sir.
having been on the board when Abbott was first introduced and voted that we would do that program.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now we're seeing the fruits of it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a wonderful program for students. Sure is.
Okay? All right. Public participation is the next item on the agenda. Mr. Jim Lanford, would you please come forward?
Hello. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Yes, sir.
Been a long time, but out of school for a long time. And Mr. Chairman and the superintendent and the rest of the representatives of the board of the school, I appreciate this opportunity. I've only got one topic on my mind tonight, and that is the way that our system works in grading with a 50% to start with. And this is my own personal opinion of it. having gone through 12 years of school and a lot of other schools since then, I can't understand or believe what my interpretation of or my zeal to do better and whatever, if I knew I was starting off with 50% to start with. That means 50% of my incentive would have been gone to begin with. Now, I know this is, I don't know where this started or where it came from or whatever, but I believe for those students that are already struggling to learn and to do the things they're supposed to do, that half of their incentive to strive to do better is gone to start with. That's just my own belief. I don't know of one positive thing that any student would be taught from starting them off with 50% grade. I mean, and that's what I think the job of the school district is, or any school, is to teach a student to do better and to learn and be able to be a part of his community and society and add something to it. But if we're not teaching them and striving them and giving them understanding, if you don't earn it, you don't learn it. So it just, I think there should be some change in this, and I appreciate you letting me voice my opinion.
Mr. Lavender, thank you very much for voicing your opinion.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Mr. Keith Schultz.
All right, former District 17 two-year board member, 4 years on the school board, 2 years as the board chair, and I'll proudly wear my shirt. Educate, empower, enrich. That's what we need to be doing with our grading system. So here we go, number one. In 2015, who was on the board at that time? A woke group of admin and district folks who had spouses on this board, or they were former principals. I look forward to the public learning about the recent teacher results of their survey. I move forward. Number two, what's going on with our technical high school we was talking about? How about that 2-year decline from Central Carolina? Said, no, y'all can't have it because you procrastinated. What happened? I'm going to tell you what happened. You got a committee chair who had 3 meetings in 1 year, and we're still nowhere. We got no choice. You have got to do something. I've asked you, I've begged you. We have got to move forward. Number 3, recently we had that meeting, and at that meeting, our superintendent quoted in the item, it's the only source I got anymore to find out what's going on in this district. So I hope it's accurate. But here's what they said, the superintendent. He talked about combining schools in the city. Well, that's fine. I agree. 52% utilization, let's roll with it. But how about out in the county? How about them 5 elementary schools around Shaw Air Force Base with less than 300 students in each one? How about those? What plans you got for them? Let's hear it. This master plan group, this facilities committee meeting needs to be meeting once a month at a minimum. And you need to be more open with what you're doing. Thank you for your contribution. Keep it up. But we got to get moving, folks, because our product is an absolute F.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Mr. Raleigh.
I plan to be a little less fiery, but hopefully you'll take what I have to say to heart. As far as the 50% rule, I watched the policy meeting. I listened to all the discussion about it. The pros, Dr. Wright's frustration with it in the end, and I don't know how that came out or what you're going to do with it, but The question I have is, how do these kids get below a 50%? Like, how did they get there? Is that a failure of our system? Is that where is the failure that a kid cannot get a 50%? And it would be great if the district would take that at heart and say, hey, look, these kids are not performing, they're not learning. It shows up in their ready scores that, hey, they don't know what we think they know, and we need to fix that. The remediation effort has to happen. The interventions need to happen. You need to fix the kids when they're young, so that they can get through. There are no jobs out there for people that can't read or write. There aren't any. We're closing 500 Route 21s or 3,000 or however many. Retail's going, everything's going away. Everything in a shop is automated. These kids they have to have basic fundamental skills to get through life. And that's kind of what your task is, I think. At least that's, as a taxpayer, I think that's what it is. There is no policy that directs the 50% rule. It's in a grading manual. It's a line in a grading manual. So I don't know why you guys are arguing policy unless you're going to change it. The policy there isn't a policy. There's nothing. You can't go to your policy manual and find it. It's in the grading manual. It's been there forever, apparently. So arguing it on policy unless you're going to change it is kind of folly. That covers that topic. And then the other one is security. I got up here 6 months ago and said, hey, the risk. There was somebody that had a school or a gun in their trunk at a school last week. If that doesn't ring bells for you guys that, hey, we need to get a security plan and we need to exercise our security plan and we need to do a great job with security, because that's your number one task, is keeping these kids safe. I don't think you have it. I haven't heard you have it. I haven't seen anything that indicates you have it. I haven't heard from anyone that says, hey, they got a great security plan. So I challenge you guys to do that between now and September. Fix it. Fix the things that are broke. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Raleigh. Mr. Weston, Mr. Gene Weston?
Mr. Chairman, Board, Superintendent, good to see you again. The previous speaker mentioned something about someone falling through the cracks. I want to talk about one of the kids in the neighborhood around my business, and not far from yours, Reverend Canny. We just call him Z. And Z's a nice kid. He doesn't get in trouble. He's at Sumter High. I think he's in 11th grade now. And in fact, I just asked the Sumter High principal about how he's doing. She says, we're trying to get him a job. And she knows I know him. When I toured the campus with her, he came up and spoke to me. He recognized me. We have a good rapport. Z didn't fall through the cracks. He was pushed through it by the system we have here. We failed him at Sumter. This kid has stayed out of trouble. He probably could pick up and get a good education if someone would help him and work with him. But he's been kicked to the side so often. I understand he's in developmentally disabled classes. And he's not developmentally disabled. I heard that from the principal herself. He just has been pushed through the crack, dragged through the system. And part of that problem is what these other folks have alluded to tonight. Accountability. If we're going to give everybody a 50% head start, it's a lot easier to get to a D, a C, a B, a passing grade if you start at 50 than if you start at 0. If you can't make the grade, you ought to get the grade you make. And I think we really need to consider that we got to quit failing our kids. We're failing our community. We're failing our businesses, failing our churches, failing everybody in this room if we continue with these type of policies that I really don't know the logic of the policy, how it ever started, but the product speaks for itself. You had, and I think we're capable of producing a good product because we saw it here at the beginning of the meeting. We can do it. We just have chosen not to do it for whatever reason. and I hope we'll fix that starting right here tonight. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Weston. Board Communications, number 5, announcements. Are there any?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I want to announce that I received some information from Pocalla Springs step team who competed this past weekend in North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina to be exact. And it was said that they placed first place and in the elementary category, which is an elementary school, and grand champions they were awarded at the very end, competing against 30 other teams that made up elementary, middle, and high school. So I want to say congratulations to Pocalla Springs. I believe the principal is Principal McBride over there at Pocalla Springs. So job well done, and I believe the coach name is Justin Wright. So congratulations, Pocalla Springs. Thank you.
Okay. Any other announcements?
Mr. Chair, please.
Mr. Chair, if I may, last week I had the opportunity to attend the Sumter Teacher Forum luncheon for the outgoing Teachers of the Year. Myself, Mr. Zell, Ms. Kaiser Johnson, and the superintendent were there, as well as the teachers, and the discussion and the input that we received was very valuable. We had a very good interaction with the teachers, and these are the best of what we have, the outgoing best of. And it was a very good time. They were very engaging, and they had a lot of great input. And so I just wanted to thank them and Ms. Robinson for the invitation and for the great feedback that we got from them.
All right.
Mr. Chair, just a couple of things. Sorry. First, I just want everybody to know that I was able to go out to Furman Middle School and visit, just as a visit, see how they're doing, checking in on them. And what I saw was education innovation, and they are doing great things out there. I'm very hopeful and excited to see how their map testing and how the statistics match up to sort of the innovative ideas they're doing out there. And so hats off to them. Secondarily, and I know I'm going to get this wrong, but I see Principal Haggerty in the back there hiding. And I just want to say congrats to him and Lamira and his team for the award they just received. Crosswell. Oh, sorry. I saw Lamira, Principal there. Miss Gregg, sorry. Apologies. Dr. Haggerty. So anyway, congratulations on that. Keep it up. First thing I noticed last year when I visited Croswell Drive was that you all had a very real solid grasp of what those children need, and it's obvious that they're taking to it. And so I just want to say hats off to you. Keep it up. Thank you.
Ms. Jones.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just want to take this opportunity to call out, hopefully everyone did see posted on R.E. Davis's website, but also in the state newspaper, that we have a custodian who has served this district. It said 60 years in the newspaper. I think I saw over 50 somewhere else. But needless to say, he has served this district a long time, and I was hoping that we would see him here tonight. He's not here tonight, but Fulton McFadden is that individual, and a very proud individual for what he has accomplished, and we're so proud of him.
Are there other announcements? Okay. Thank you very much. 5.3, the 24-25 board meeting calendar.
I think did we skip the committee report?
Yes, did. Committee reports, recommendations.
Yes, sir. I have a committee report at
Thank
this
you.
time.
No wonder you.
Yes, sir.
All
Make
right.
sure I get that in. The master plan committee met April the 18th. here at the district office. And basically, the bulk of the meeting, as it was explained earlier, was done by our superintendent, Dr. William Wright, which was a presentation over the facility observations. And from that particular presentation within the meeting, the committee members, subcommittee members, as well as Dr. Wright, we all agreed that being the initial phase of what we're getting ready to do concerning the work, we agreed as a committee to bring back to the board that we would suggest opening up at this point tours across our districts to have the community join us as we take a look inside of the facilities that we currently has, as he's discussed within his presentations over the facilities observation. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Other reports?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
just to let you know, we're going to have another finance meeting, committee meeting next Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there will be a Curriculum Instruction Assessment Committee meeting. We're going to have to work on the date because of so much testing, but the topic is going to be the MTSS, the multi-tier program that the district works on so much. And all of us are hearing about it, but I think we want to hear the nuts and the bolts and get it, really understand what is trying to be accomplished.
Okay.
And I will tell you as soon as we know the date.
All right.
Dr. Canning,
Yes.
if I may, the policy committee met. We do not have a recommendation for you tonight because of the full agenda. However, we will be having another meeting probably before the workshop, and hopefully we will have recommendations at that time.
Okay. All right. And we'll have a sidebar conversation if you don't mind. Okay? Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay. No further reports, recommendations. Now, we'll move to 5.3, the 24-25 board meeting calendar. Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, you have before you a recommended Board of Trustees meeting calendar for the 24-25 school year. This calendar includes regular meetings and what we describe as work sessions for your review.
Any discussion? Any comments? All right. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, superintendent's report on the item number 6. We'll begin with 6.3, Office of Academics Grading System.
At this time, the presentation will be conducted by Dr. Jada McLeod and Dr. Tavita Harriet, members of the academic team, Sumter School District.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Ladies, welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Canty, Vice Chair, Ms. Disney, Superintendent Dr. Wright, distinguished members of the board, and our executive staff and our community that is present and watching. We're here to give an additional update for the grading systems presentation as requested, along with the data that was requested from the last policy committee. If Ms. Scott can pull that up for me, thank you. We'll go on to the first slide. As was shared previously, back on March 25th, this is the grading manual timeline, which began back in January 2015. At that time, the superintendent had directed our assistant superintendent of instruction to create a committee to develop common grading for the purposes of consistency and in preparation of the upcoming changes that South Carolina Department of Education was going to be conducting on the uniform grading policy. And the Office of Instruction did initiate the research on best practices in grading. And by February 2015, the Assistant Superintendent of Instruction had created the grading committee, the initial one, which included teachers and administrators from across the district, and each grade span was represented equally. I actually served as chair for this because I was also serving on South Carolina Department of Education grading committee at that time as they prepared to move towards the 10-point scale. So the committee met the first week of March, and we divided into subcommittees for the different grade spans, and each subcommittee began working weekly to do additional research and developing drafts of the grading manual for their grade span. And after each of those meetings, the subcommittees did take that information back to their respective schools, and in their faculty meetings, they would share that and get feedback. They also used their school improvement council meetings, which had parent and community representatives to gain more feedback. And we did link some meeting agendas and notes for reference there. And then by the end of that school year, we had our first draft and began the implementation phase by training the teachers and administrators during July of that year. Next slide, please. In spring of 2016, the School Board of Education did vote on the implementation of the 10-point scale. Before that, we had been on a 7-point scale for many, many years, and that was to be effective for the 2016-17 school year. And accompanying this scale was a new conversion chart. And so when we did the second year revisions, those were included in that, and along with some clerical updates, and the information was also updated on our website. As we concluded that year, the State Department let us know that we would be moving kindergarten and first grade to a standards-based report card, so a committee was formed for that and chaired by one of our school administrators, and it included district and school level administrators, as well as teachers representing various grade levels and parent representatives. So that was our third revision, focused on that transition to standards-based reporting for those two grade levels. And then that same year, we had a compliance audit by the state of South Carolina that did include the review of the grading manual, along with other academic and procedural requirements. We did not have another, next slide please, another revision until spring of 2020, and that was due to second grade, the state moving second grade to standards-based reporting also. So again, we pulled a committee together for the same reason, to transition second grade to compliance with South Carolina Uniform Grading Manual. And then a year ago, January through October, we had elementary committees review and clarify language for that K through 2 standards-based grading due to the change in our science standards and ELA standards, and we will be doing so again as our math standards are voted on by the State Board of Education. And back in October, we did complete our state compliance audit, consolidated audit, which also included a review of our grading manual again with all other academic and procedural requirements. So The next slide. So again, we are on a 10-point scale at this time, and that's used for calculating GPAs, our class rank for courses that carry our Carnegie units, and those can be earned in middle and high school. They're on the 10-point scale, and you can see that at this point, and all report cards and transcripts will use the numerical grades as seen.
Good evening. As far as grading, the General Assembly directed the State Board to recommend a uniform grading scale after the Life Scholarship was created. In addition to SAT requirements, all students that qualified for the Life Scholarship previously to the uniform grading scale being implemented, there was no consistency as to what numerical score was equivalent to a B. Thus, the creation of the uniform grading scale. This scale is used for all South Carolina students. Quality points are assigned and the final grade given at the end of the course, be it a term, semester, and/or year, are on the following basis. As I read to you before, an A is 4 points, a B is 3 points, and so forth. The statewide grading scale is on a 10-point scale, meaning the grade of a 59, a grade of a 50, a grade of a 2, all carry the same weighting. Honors classes receive an additional 0.5 weight in students' grade GPAs. Advanced placement and international baccalaureate courses, as well as dual enrollment courses, receive an additional 1.0. For example, a student that is in a CP course, college prep, could make a 90 and receive a 4.0. A student in a honors course with a 90 would earn a 4.5 towards their GPA. A student in an advanced placement course with that same 90 will gain 5.0 points on their GPA. The grade is still a 90, but the point is based on the rigor and the level of education required and offered in that course. Next slide, please. Before you again is the South Carolina Uniform Grading Scale with its conversions. Next slide, please. Based on the uniform grading policy, additional letter grades were added to the SCU GP scale conversion chart so that appropriate grades could be displayed for students who recover or do not recover a credit. Meaning a student can take a course and fail it with a grade of 50 or lower, up to a 59. They can recover that course. They can receive a P for passing to give them credit to say they have learned enough of the content to move forward. But that student does not gain GPA units. Next slide. SBE Regulation 43-274, failure due to absences, as we all know, FAs. If a grade of FA is assigned, it must appear on a student's transcript. It will carry no earned units, but a 50 will be factored into the student's GPA. This is not Sumter School District's decision. This is SBE Regulation 43274. If a student earned a 9 in a class, but has an excessive amount of absences, an FA will appear. The FA will trump that grade of a 9, meaning based on SBE Regulation 43-274, that grade will then be 50. Next slide, please.
So when looking at our district's philosophy of grading within the policy, it is our goal to reflect the standard representation of the academic achievement and to ensure that we have effective communication between the school and home. We want to ensure that the assignments and the assessments are meaningful, standards-based, fair, and reflect the student's growth and mastery of the grade level standards when we're grading. we do need to keep in mind that the content standards are intended to be mastered by the end of the course of study. So by the end. Next slide. So the 50% floor quarterly adjustment, the procedure are that as grades are finalized each quarter, any quarter average, with the exception of the final quarter of that course, if it's below 50%, it is manually adjusted to 50%. This procedure is in place for each quarter except the last quarter of the course, which will reflect the earned average. And the rationale for this, again, is because the course standards are intended to be mastered by the end of the course. And if you look back at the state UGP chart, the numerical average of 50% equals 0.000 weighting used for computing the grade point ratios. Next slide. So I've had the 2022-2023 data on the 50% floor, since that was the full year, the last full year of data for grades. The next few slides will illustrate that data. And this does not include summer school or anything like that. Of course, kindergarten through second is not included because they are on standards-based grading. So for grades 3 through 5, the data set included 3,124 students with scores in all quarters. When filtering the 50% for each quarter up to the final quarter, no students were able to successfully pass the course in grades 3 through 5. So even putting the safety net in, they were not able to successfully pass the course. Next slide, grades 6 through 8. The data set contained 3,375 students who received a grade in all quarters. When filtering the 50% per quarter until the final quarter for this grade span, 96.8% of those students still failed the course. Only 3.2% were able to pass with a D and or above, and only 0.5% passed with a low C. Next slide. For grades 9 through 12, the data set contained 4,329 students who received a grade in all quarters. When filtering the 50% quarter until the final quarter, 84.9% of those students still failed the course. 15.1% passed with a D or better. However, only 1.4% passed with a low C. Many of these semester courses did include the EOC or the final exam, all of which count 20% of that semester average. When looking at this, since it was higher in the high school setting, I also looked at schools having the most issue with this, as well as the teachers, so that I could push in additional support for assessments and grading. The number one teacher having difficulty with this ended up being an iTutor teacher, which is a virtual teacher, in which there was a paraprofessional that was actually in the classroom and the teacher was teaching virtually. And then the second, the one with the second largest number was actually rotating substitute through a CTE course all year in one of our middle schools. The others, we will be trying to provide additional support with appropriate assessments and reteaching and determining appropriate interventions to assist students in being successful. Next slide, Ms. Scott. Because these are our best practices in grading, and research supports that students have multiple opportunities to demonstrate mastery through multiple channels. Behavior, effort, and attendance, even though the state says we use attendance for FAs, are evaluated and reported separately. And the grades are based on impartial, consistent observation of the student work and mastery, and they reflect student achievement toward mastery of the core standards. And the level of rigor should be at grade level, and that the feedback is timely and specific and understandable to the receiver so that they can self-adjust. Next slide, please. And IKE, the rule for this policy on promotion, retention, and acceleration of students, discusses the communication procedures for when a student is encountering difficulty in a classroom with a content area, what should be occurring so that the parents can become a partner in the learning. Conferences should be held so that we can put other safeguards in place to help the student be successful. And then finally, Ms. Disney has alluded to having some more information for our MTSS process, which is required by the state. I'll let her give you a brief overview and then tune into the CIA committee to get more detailed information.
Thank you. MTSS is our multi-tiered systems of support. As you heard Dr. McLeod speak of systems of support, we're looking at our grading policy or plan. What systems of support have Sumter School District put in place to support all students in Sumter County that we are required to educate? Dr. McLeod spoke about the data from the iTutor class. What system of support has been put in place to ensure they received interims? Who's hosting those parent-teacher conferences when there is a virtual teacher? So again, as we look at our system, the means of support in all different areas, academics, behavior, as well as attendance, because if a student is not here and they are not healthy, they cannot learn. We have to also consider the fact that we have teachers and then we have some virtual teachers. So again, educating every student in Sumter School District is a priority. And in doing so, we are currently assessing where we are with the needs of the culture of every school by asking the administrators to provide us with the SAMS assessment, which is the MTSS assessment that tells us the cultural needs of every school environment so we can begin to support them based on their school needs. Because as we know, every school culture is different. The needs of the children are different, and the requirements will be different to engage and better educate our students.
Okay. Thank you, ladies, for the report. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a couple of questions. One is for grades 3 through 5, what was that number of students?
0% were able to successfully pass with a D or above.
No, the larger number, the
number
total
that-
number of students. I captured the other ones. That was the-
3,124 students.
Okay,
And that,
3,000.
the data set were students that had a quarter grade in every quarter.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then on page, let's see, I don't even know if I have a page number, but the 50% floor quarterly adjustment, page 12. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question for myself to make certain that I fully understand. Based on the floor quarterly adjustment, if a student gets a 30, let's just say any quarter, a student gets, or a test, a student gets a 39, that student gets a 39. But at the end of the quarter,
Yes,
if that student's average is a 39, they get a 50.
that's correct.
Correct? Okay. So it's not that we're giving a student a 50 every time they take an assessment or every time they turn in an assignment. They get their actual score.
Yes,
It's only at the end of quarters 1, 2, and 3. And quarter 4, they get whatever they earn.
yes, ma'am. And we encourage in the comment section, if an adjustment has to be done for the quarter, to still put in that we're giving little Johnny the opportunity to, recover, but they actually made whatever the average was. But the 50 is to give them the opportunity to recover.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, a clarification on the question she asked.
Okay.
Because it seemed to me a contradiction. I just want to make sure I understand. Because the way Ms. Cowser Johnson said it is that 50 is not given until the fourth quarter. The 50 is given first, second, and third.
Yes, not for the individual
But the
assignments.
last quarter, they get what they
That's correct.
earned. Okay.
I think some people misunderstand that it's the individual assignments, and that is not the case.
And, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad you made that point, Dr. McLeod, because there was a survey that went out, which, according to what I read, gathered 474 responses. About how many teachers do we have in the district altogether? Do you have a close figure, or?
It's over 987 teachers.
Not 987 teachers.
913 with 74 vacancies at this time.
Okay, all right. I have several questions, but I guess I won't ask them at this time. But let me be the first to apologize to you all. Because from my understanding, this same presentation was given on March the 25th here at a board meeting, where you just explained the very same thing that you explained previously. But not only that, you appeared at the policy committee meeting. Am I right or wrong? Yeah. And with an impromptu, you came to the mic and you went over the very same thing. So I don't understand that I keep hearing that a 50% equates to 0 points. So I don't understand how we're giving. And then not only that, based upon that survey and what I hear from some board members' mouths, we don't understand the policy manual. And I can understand why. Because the procedural manual, because our job is to enforce policy. But if you would read the procedural manual, you would find out, as Ms. Johnson mentioned, that we're not giving a child a grade based upon the individual assessment. But we're giving the grade of a 50% if they score lower than a 50%, which still equates to how many points? 0. I'll come back, Mr. Chair, if I think of another question.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I got a question.
Question?
Thank you for bringing up the survey, because I like to listen to our professionals that are on the front lines that know what was going on out there. And I'd like to know, what was the percentage of the teachers that want to get rid of this?
Of the 474 that responded, it was 82.5%.
82.5% of teachers. And it's a good sample, too, of what we got. You're looking at, what, 20-something percent, 25%, somewhere around there. Yeah. So you're talking, our teachers, the ones that we employ, that were on the front lines, 83 or 82%, 8 out of 10 teachers want this gone. And no longer gone, they want it gone like yesterday, because it's not working. And you said it started back in 2014 or 15, correct? So what's since that time, of course we had COVID, have our standardized tests have dropped every single year since that time?
This part of the procedure's been in place longer than that.
Well, what I'm saying is since 2014 to 15, the 50% green, when
It's
you brought
been, it's been in
Yeah,
place
so-
longer than that.
Okay, but still, it doesn't matter. Our grades, our standardized testing has been dropping ever since then, correct?
No,
Except for last year, but we
no.
have. I looked at the standardized tests way back every single year. There's pretty much a drop every single year, especially enrollment. But I'm just going to go back to 83% of your teachers that you oversee want this gone. Have they, any of the teachers brought this up to your attention to get rid of this policy, this guidance?
We've had teachers say that they're not in favor of it.
Have they at any time been told never bring this up?
No,
Okay. Are you sure about that?
I have never told a teacher not to bring this up, no.
Okay. So, again, I'm going to go back, because they're the ones on the front line, and they've been dealing with this, and we haven't really been improving our test grades. Actually, and we inflated our grading as past board meetings have shown that our inflation of grades, A's and B's, don't really correlate with the standardized test. And so we need to really do something different, wouldn't you think?
Well, the state guidance does not say an A and a B is supposed to equate directly to that standardized
No,
test.
I understand that, but we got a lot of percentage of, we're awarding or supposedly earning A's and B's, but the state standard testing showing they really need F's and D's. That's a big difference. It's not like a B and a C. It's a big difference in that. So this could be part of the problem, that what we're trying to do, especially at the high school level, is they're more beneficial because they've gone already from kindergarten all the way to high school. And some of these teachers, I don't blame them, because they feel bad for these kids, and that's probably why they're getting passing grades and helping them out, so they make sure they get a diploma. So that's kind of where I'm at is, yeah, it's not really affecting the elementary, but when we get to the high school level, it's more affecting at that level. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right?
Yep.
Any
Yep.
further?
I would
I'm
like to
sorry.
say something.
Yes. Ms. English?
Yes. I want to thank Board Member Sean for actually apologizing y'all too as well, that we had to go through this again. And as we stated on the last meeting, we met with the policy. A 20 is still a 0, correct?
That's correct.
40 is still a 0,
That's correct.
correct? So what's the 50?
A 0.
A 0. And I said this before on the last meeting, I feel like we got bigger fish to fry in this district. I feel that the presentation of the checker team, that's what I want to call the checker team that came in here and did a presentation about this grading scale. They walked into a chess game, I believe, because half of them didn't understand what they were didn't know what they were talking about. And then for someone to come in here and say that we fail a child, They said we failed the child, but it never said, what did I do to step up to help this kid? So I can easily come in here and say we failed the child, but what did I did personally to help a kid? Also, I believe this is asking about, this thing is set up, this 50% set up to give the kid a second chance. That's what this is set up for. Everybody in this room, everybody who's sitting in this room right now had somebody at one stage of their life to give them a second chance. So you mean to tell us that you don't believe in giving our children a second chance, but you walk around here and say, I'm for the children of Sumter School District, but you're taking away you want to take away a second chance? I think that's unacceptable. I think we should be mindful and take a look at ourselves in the mirror, because somebody had to lift you up along the way. So my thing is to everybody, listen to what everybody has to say. I'm never going to tell you not to listen to these individuals, but also think outside the box. Be mindful when individuals stand before you and say, I'm for the kids, I'm for the children of Sumter District. Have that question mark. Are you really for them? We're crying about a grading scale that's still 50 points average a 0. We're making a big issue out of something that is nothing. The kids do not benefit off this 50. So why, since March the 25th, while we're now in April, and we're still having a conversation about the same thing over? Let's talk about making a difference in this district. Let's talk about coming together and creating ideas to help our children for their future. Let's talk about that. We spent over 30 minutes, maybe 30, 40 minutes on this topic, and it shouldn't have went this long. And I hear about complaints, they say individuals are complaining. Well, no one have picked up the phone to call me about it. No one have reached out to me through email about it. I can't speak for all the other board members, but I haven't heard anything about it. What I did see is individuals went on social media, was inappropriate. I did see that. And then put my picture and my phone number under there and saying give you a call, and no one still gave a call. So I'm trying to figure out who's fighting for this. Are we trying to put the light on us, a spotlight on us, or what's the purpose of we making a big issue out of this? There's no purpose behind it. It's not changing. And I'm going to take a stand and say that I am for this. You guys present this to us, and you saying that this is going to help our children in the schools, in Sumter School District. I'm for this. Let's make this difference. Stop trying to start a fire when there's not one needed. Stop. Let's work on making this district better. Let's take a stand together, everybody, and let's make this district better. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may. First of all, thank you for the presentation. At the policy meeting, I asked for a couple of specific statistics that are included in this now that were not here before, and I thank you for that. That's specifically what I asked for from the policy meeting. But I did want to point out a couple, and I thank you for that. I wanted to point out a couple of things. Our grading philosophy is to reflect a student's growth and mastery of grade level standards. Okay? Making this district better, our point is to make our children better Our point is to educate our children, period. Okay, keep them safe while we educate them, okay? And so growth and mastery are the key words here, I think. And mastery is in many places within this presentation. Mastery of the material. Now, I'm going to interject. I believe in second chances. I got a second chance on something one time myself. All kids deserve a second chance. But when it comes to learning to read and learning to write and learning math, those are the basics. Mastery is important at grade level, and we know that 3rd grade, 5th grade, 8th grade, and then, of course, high school. So, my issue is, in this data that you gave us, in grades 3 through 5, with benefit of the 50%, and I have been told by yourself and by other folks within the district and other board members that 50% chance is, that 50%, whether they got a 50 or not, gives them a chance in the next quarter, gives them hope, gives them a jumping off spot. This did not work in grades 3 through 5. Nobody was incentivized, 0. Okay? Now, when you go to grades 6 through 8, of the people who received a 50, only 3.2 passed. Okay, passed. So that could be a 60. A 60 passes and gets them to the next grade. Does a 60 reflect mastery of the class? Does it?
It would be minimal mastery.
Okay, yeah, it's barely, I mean, that's one point, but I'm using it as an example. You know, 70%, they got more, obviously, 75, they learned more. But they can get a 60 and pass the class, if they were there, because attendance is a whole nother day. Now, in 9th through 12th grade, 15.1% who received the 50 to help them along and incentivize, 15.1 passed. Okay, now, they may have made a 60, they may have made a 75, they may have made a 80. I don't know, it's not broken down, and that's okay. The point being, are we reflecting mastery, or at least a good working comprehension, because we're putting this child who's taking Algebra 1, we are moving them along to Algebra 2 with a 65, expecting them to be able to learn Algebra 2, okay? That's not giving them a fair chance, in my opinion. If they earned a 60, they have not mastered it. If they earned 59, they have not mastered it. And when you keep saying it's still a 0, see, that's a GPA, it's still a 0. GPAs matter when you're going on to higher learning. When you're in high school and you're not planning to go to college, and if you're not putting in any more effort than this, I don't think it's in your plan, okay? These guys we just saw here this evening, they worked. They worked hard for what they got, and I bet they weren't given anything. They were given intervention, they were given help, they were given tutoring, whatever they needed, because they participated in this program. So my point is, we have interventionists, we have coaches, we have counselors. And as it has been explained to me by members, your staff, and some other board members, is, you know, we have kids with a lot of problems in this district, and I recognize this. We have a lot of poverty, we have homelessness, we have illness, and all this. Now, That's what we have, counselors, interventionists, and all that to identify these children right off the bat or when this starts. Because they may be perfectly fine on day 1 and day 10, and something catastrophic happened on day 20. Life happens, and I realize that. But we have teachers in most classes with eyes, interventionists, counselors, and other means to identify and get these kids the help they need. Because if we are going to pass them along with a less than comprehending grade, I'm going to use the word comprehension, because you can get an 80 or 85 and you've pretty much grasped a good bit of what's going on. And you can probably get along in the next class if you work. And for those children that have those special circumstances, we have IEPs for kids who are disabled in some form or fashion, and that's a whole different thing, and that's accounted for. But children, one of the participants earlier referenced Z, as he called him, who is getting pushed, okay? And so, and the gentleman is interested in the young man's life and encourages him, and that's great. So this is where we like to, I would think that, you know, we use the other tools we have instead of false grades, because, and I'm going to say this, and this is my opinion, this is my belief, and this is my core belief. We have to tell the truth. And our goal is that these children are educated when they leave us. When they graduate the 12th grade, whether they're going to tech school, whether they're going to straight into a job, or whether they're going to college. We have colleges in this town that have to give remedial reading classes and remedial math classes to our students. That is not acceptable. We didn't help those kids. We did not educate them the way we're supposed to. So when we use the word mastery, we need to, that should be our goal, and use all of our other tools instead of a false hope and a false grade. The principle of the matter to me is telling the truth. And that child should be incentivized by, one of the grades that was used in here was a 9. Somebody needs to be talking to that child, helping the child. And so if we're going to just give a 50 and it insults the children who work their behinds off to earn a 60, it insults them, and it insults the children who work their behinds off to get 100. Because they're only getting 50 points higher than somebody got something given to them for nothing. Okay? And again, I'm not talking about special circumstances. We're supposed to be identifying those. We have programs in place. So, thank you for providing the statistics that I asked for. It did help illuminate to me the need for increased interventions and increased truth and following our philosophy, which is mastery and education. Thank you.
Mr.
Chair.
Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you, fellow educators. Like you, I have years and years of seat work. Only my seat work required me to be present. It required me to work hard. And when I did not understand something, I never asked to be given a grade. I had to dig myself out, get the help I needed, and I am so thankful that I did. I think if we want to be proud of ourselves, we need to earn what we get, whether that's money or whether that's knowledge. And I know these teachers. They have bachelors of science, of arts. They have master's degrees. They have master's plus 30 degrees, and these are real grades, not something somebody gave them. We have some PhDs on staff, and they are doing their best to educate the students of Sumter County. I would like to, those of you who happened to see the state newspaper a couple of weeks ago, the U.S. News and World Report commended one of our high schools in Sumter County, saying it's one of the better ones in the United States. Now that didn't happen because somebody gave them some points. That's because Sumter County, and those teachers at that high school worked to get that. And they are imparting that knowledge to those students who will receive it. School is a fun place, and we want our kids to know that. Already, what are the methods our teachers use to keep those students afloat? They give them, and I'm reading your best practices, our teachers give them multiple opportunities to demonstrate mastery. They go home, they work hard to come up with these alternate plans for these kids. They use a variety of channels of assessments. You teach them. I've been to your workshops. You're showing these teachers how to do that. They take it back and they give it to the students if they're present. And I pause for just a moment. How many days does the state allow a student to have unexcused absences? What's the state rule?
10 for 180
10.
days.
10 days. So when a kid is absent, and I'm hearing from teachers, when a kid is absent 25 days, and we're going to give him 50 points?
That state mandates that.
Right, but I'm saying. And the teacher is giving them multiple varieties of channels for assessments. They just have to be in the classroom, don't they? They give them class activities. They give them homework, quizzes, essays, labs, projects, portfolios. This is from your best practices. They're already doing that. Do you agree? You know your teachers. Or if they're not doing it, you have some work to do.
We do have some work to do
Right.
in some classrooms.
And we do. All right. We also know, under best practices, our grades are based on observation of the quality of student work. What if the student ain't there? I can't observe what's not there, but I'm supposed to make sure he gets 50%. What if they're supposed to master our career and college and career standards? If I'm going to impart that knowledge to my students, they need to be with me. Grades reflect their achievement toward mastery of a content. These are all your best practices. We need those kids in the classroom. We don't need to be giving artificial grades. We need them there so we can make their lives to be what they want them to be. We have AVID. We had that when I was teaching at the high school. We have the MTSS. Y'all are bending over backwards to help every single kid in our district. We need to get them in there. The buses need to get the kids in the classroom. We need to make sure they're not missing more than 10 days. Somebody needs to go home, wake them up, and bring them in. So, and you agree with me, right? And now we have, I believe we're going to have somebody who's hired to do that, take them to family court, wherever they have to go to make sure mama gets them to school. It's mandatory. Our public school system is mandatory, not optional. Parents do not have a choice. They have to be in school. So why do we need to do anything else? I ask you, why do we need to do anything other than what we legitimately are doing? What else can a teacher do? Help me.
Ms. Disney, what high school was in the news
Okay,
I'll be glad to talk to you later.
later? Okay.
thank you.
It's in our district.
Mr.
Thank you. All right, are you finished?
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may have just a moment. First, I just want to start off and say that I'm not going to impugn anybody's character and tell anybody else in this room that we don't care about these kids. We just have different perspectives, okay? And so that said is, that's why we're talking about this. I'm not going to whistle past this grave, okay? And it is important to me, and I don't need anyone to apologize to you ladies on my behalf either. And I'm certainly not going to apologize for rebroaching this situation. So I'm just going to just give you my thoughts on this, and there's a couple sort of generalized rhetorical questions I don't necessarily need answers to, but it's just for food for thought. So although the intention of this policy may be good, it's without question have had negative impacts. I think that if anyone's being completely intellectually dishonest, you have to admit that. And I'm sure there's some successes in this as well. But over the past decade, there's been a consistent decline in student output and achievement in this district. That is marked. We can see graphs and charts to tell that very thing.
Excuse me, did you just say I was being intellectually dishonest? Because
No.
this isn't my,
No, ma'am, not you.
my procedures.
Sure.
I didn't
Please don't-
create this on my own.
No, I did it. I was not referring to you whatsoever. I'm talking to anybody that can hear my voice. Okay? It certainly was not at you. Please, if you took it to that, please accept my apology. It has nothing to do with you personally. Anybody can hear me. This is what, if we're being honest about it, this isn't a fail-safe. It's not 100%. It's certainly not. I'm going to get back to the point. Unfortunately, I think partly why the decline in academic output and achievement is partly due to this unearned grading floor policy. And the majority of our teachers, 83% of them, agree with me. And don't just agree, they strongly agree. And if you read the responses, and I read every single one of them, we would all know that. And so they've spoken loud and clear to us. It's not difficult to understand the cause and effect relationship between policy and impact on student outcomes. Unfortunately, this policy has severely, in my assessment, has severely damaged the future economic mobility of many young adults in this community in immeasurable ways, which they may not even realize until after graduation. For instance, there are some graduated students from Sumter School District that can't even pass minimum requirements to make it into on the ASVAB test, to enter into the military, which is alarming. The policy doesn't only affect academic performance, but it affects real-world consequences as well. I'm out there all the time talking to local businesses. And of course, this is anecdotal, but these businesses, many of these, and not even just the owners, but the employees as well, have told me, and I'm sure we've heard this across this board, is that some of these children have a real hard time just doing basic functions like counting to 10 or 20 or breaking change of a $20 bill. Right? That's sort of a problem. And it may be one-off, and I'm very willing to entertain that might just be an anomaly. But that's not what we're seeing in the data. So there are undoubtedly great things happening in Sumter schools. However, if we are honest and serious about our children's future and the opportunities that we're supposed to be giving them through education, we got to stop incentivizing mediocrity. And that's what I see this doing. How do we do that, though? First, we got to make it very, very clear that the responsibility of a child's education just is not on the schools, but also on the families, right? And what this policy, what it does is it takes ownership and responsibility from the family. And I understand all families aren't the same. They come from all different shapes and sizes. Some have way bigger problems than others. I get it. I come from one. But it doesn't... when you give something to somebody unearned, you're incentivizing a certain behavior, and I don't see how this is any different. Some teachers have told me that this policy has been sort of in their way for a long time. That they have broached this subject before, and they were told never ask. That's where, and I've heard this, and I don't know if it's, I'm just going to take your word for it, all right? Maybe I'm sure you wasn't even a part of it. It was maybe it was just casual conversation. However, the teachers spoke 83% of this grading policy isn't just a simple majority, it's a vast supermajority, right? And so we spent this time, Dr. Canty, this last meeting, put it out to gather more information to get the teachers' response. They spoke to us. They want this gone. The teachers who participated stated, and very much in the responses to this survey, that that this policy is almost entirely, from their position, almost entirely being used to game the system and not helping struggling students. If it helped more struggling students, I might be more sympathetic and amenable to keeping it. However, if it's designed to help struggling students, but it's not, just creating a pathway to mediocrity and laziness, I can't stand for that. I gotta let that go. I gotta speak my piece, right? So I urge the public, and this is a shot across this bow right here. I urge the public to take notice of how your trustee, your board member, is voting, and ask them why they believe granting this credit to children that is not unearned is justified. I'm interested. Finally, for too long, this district, this board, previous boards have allowed the policy to persist despite declining academic performance of our student body. During the 2022 elections, many of us ran on a platform of accountability and transparency. And that word accountability is thrown around this board so unbelievably much that I don't know if we all quite understand what that word means. How can we reconcile this policy with our promises to the voters? The policy obscures and falsifies the actual academic status of our students, depriving them, in my opinion, of the assistance they need by simply pushing them through the system. Families and teachers and students, they deserve better. This community deserves better. Our giving away free credit is not a service to our students. And by allowing this pervasive and harmful grading policy to continue, we're consigning many young Sumterites to a life of poverty and economic immobility. How does that help our struggling students? The answer is it doesn't. It locks them into a perpetual state of poverty, and we can't allow that to happen anymore. This policy hurts our students. It does not help them. Let's do what we're elected to do. Thank you.
It's just not a policy.
Okay. Okay.
Clarification, procedure.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Canty, I just want to ask a question, another clarifying question. Not that Sumter School District has to do what any other school district in the state does, but is Sumter School District the only school district in the state that's doing this?
No, ma'am, we are not. Many districts in the states have floors. And I will not speak about these students, I will speak about my students. My students deserve an opportunity. And I think about all-inclusive, not students that have two-parent households. I think about the students that lost both parents during COVID and don't have a voice. I think about if we look to move forward to putting this in policy and or any other means in writing, what that means to that child that has no voice. We are public school educators. We don't get to pick and choose. We receive the best that every parent can send us every day. And I am new to this role, but I have 20 years in the schools in this district, and I'm homegrown. So I will not speak about these children, I will speak about my children. And I do believe, as a public school educator, they all deserve a fair and fighting chance. Is it something that can be revisited? In a matter of time. Because as we all have said, there is a lot of work to be done. But as an educator, as an adult, I cannot see holding a student accountable to a higher level before we begin to do the work with the adults first.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Dr. Canty, that was just my first. The other one is, I dare say that if we look at grades 6 through 8, that 3.2% that passed is a student who was just shucking and jiving. I promise you that is probably the student who would have done that work to begin with had it not been for whatever was holding that student back. So I appreciate that second chance for that student, and I appreciate the grading best practices, because I can't imagine number one in grading best practices did not help that student. And then finally, I also jot down that if we want to look at doing something for our students, to help our students who need something more than a 6-period day or a 5-period day where they're going to reading, math, and arithmetic, how about let's go ahead and get a technical school so that we can push some of these high school students on the path that they would like to go, and a path where they can incorporate some of those other learnings that we're trying to give them in a traditional setting in that technical setting. And let's see how these students soar then. Let's see how many of our students exceed expectation.
Mr. Chair, may I say just a small thing?
I would rather you not. Okay.
Which,
I have listened to everyone who wanted to make a statement. We cannot go back around the table again. So please, 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 let's, if you all will agree, let's end this discussion. I'd like to, I don't want to get in the debate as chair, but I'd like to say that I have found it amazing over the last few weeks as I have talked with educators and retired educators and parents and teachers across this district. I found it amazing that in most folk, they are centric. They're not to either extreme. They see value in both sides of this conversation. I've even had some to say, personally, I'm here. Professionally, I'm here. All of that has said to me that there has to be a balance somewhere in the middle where excellence is not lost, but neither is hope deserted. But those who are gifted are encouraged to rise to higher heights. My good friend talked earlier about a specific kid being pushed through the cracks. We talk about kids falling through the cracks, and he said some are pushed through the cracks, but some never ever get to the floor. And we need to understand that. So when we start talking about this whole matter of accountability and excellence, we have to be responsible as policymakers and as administrators to ensure that those who come into the system get as much support as they need in order to succeed. And more of that has got to happen preschool. We've got to give more money and attention to preschool and to the earlier grades. We've got to put more emphasis on empowering young folk who come from situations that put them at a terrible disadvantage. I ask for a vote for a survey, for a sounding of the teachers. I'm going to respect the results of that tonight. But I'm going to say to this board and to this administration, we cannot leave the disadvantaged children hanging. We have got to we've got to develop programs to ensure that they are career ready, because our system may need them more than they need our system. We have jobs galore in this community now. And no people to fill those jobs because they're not qualified. How do we bring new industry to town? How do we develop the infrastructure, get to the next level, if we aren't preparing every child to have a meaningful role in life? I charge this board to vote this decision tonight, and I agree it's time to put it to bed. But putting this 50% to bed one way or the other must not be interpreted by this community as abandoning children who need this system most.
Reverend Canty, what are we voting on?
Correct.
We vote on policy. This is not a policy.
Yeah, okay.
So what are we voting on?
Well, we aren't voting now at all.
Right, that's what-
Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I do a motion to eliminate the guidance out of the Sumter School District's best practices in grading for the next school year.
Mr. Palumbo, I would ask you to refer your motion to actions required, because this is not the official place for it.
Can I refer to the parliamentarian?
Excuse me?
Refer to the parliamentarian?
He's correct. You can ask for it to be added to the action items under 9.1
Okay.
or 9.2.
This is not time for action.
Right.
According to our agenda, this is not time for an action.
But it's part of what we're talking about today, so if there's a motion on the floor,
It is out of
We don't have
order.
a motion on the floor.
We need to have a motion to add it to action items is what you can do, but not voted on now.
And Dr.
Correct,
Canty?
Dr. Canning?
That's correct.
Dr. Canty, just to be clear, part of what's in that manual is required by the state. If it is a failure for attendance,
I'm not talking
That's
about
different.
I'm
We're not talking about
attendance.
that.
No, it's
required
not.
by
It's
the
not
state.
talking
two
about
different
attendance.
You can't just take part of it. You have to look at the
Yeah.
whole thing, and that would have to go before the policy committee to be going to policy.
Okay. It's required by the state.
right, a
The
failure for
attendance, 50.
attendance would be a 50. A failure for withdrawal after the withdrawal date also has to be a 50, so.
Okay, I'm not.
Those
some of
are under
those
regulation.
State regulations would still be a 50. They can't be changed.
But otherwise, it is not a regulation or a law,
Or policy.
correct?
Any that are not state
Right.
regs.
Okay, all right? Okay. All right. Let us know.
Also, Reverend Canty, do we not need to poll the other stakeholders that have a They haven't had a voice in this. Parents? Principals? I'm just asking. We only polled one stakeholder.
Well, if, one, I'm sorry.
Hey, all the teachers didn't get to, you didn't get all the teachers in this vote, correct? It was,
No.
so it was a total of, how many teachers? I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that
We have 913 currently,
and how many submitted that?
474.
Okay, so that's not even half. Thank you.
It was
It was a little over half.
It was
I'm saying it was a little over half, but thank you.
It was voluntarily, and so that means they didn't decide to
Okay.
go with it.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's try and bring some resolution to this and not take it any further, Brother McLeod, okay? All right?
We're not voting on
We'll
this tonight.
speak about it.
I'm not voting on this
I
tonight.
appreciate
No.
that. Okay.
So they can put it where
Thank
they
you
want to
very
put it.
much. Okay. All right, Mr. Superintendent.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, with your permission, we'll go to 6.1 at this point, which is the around the district. Before I get into the pre-made statements, I'd just like to remind us all, I think this will be a great time to do so, that this week is Teacher Appreciation Week, all week long. It's May 6th through 10th. Schools are doing various things. We also have some things that we're doing to show appreciation from the district level, to let our folks know that we really appreciate the work that they do every day. As a 26-year veteran in the public schools in the southeastern United States, we'll just leave it at that. I certainly understand that the complexities of the job have changed tremendously. What teachers have to deal with now is a little bit different than it was in 1998. And so folks that sign up to do this work certainly are to be commended. And we, I just want to say on behalf of the folks that work most directly with me, we appreciate what those 913 teachers do every day in our schools. And I want to say something, a point of privilege here before I go into the pre-made remarks. I put a statement on social media that I want to repeat now because I think it's important to know. I believe that the best traditional public school educators understand that they impact life. So we take the 4 letters from the word life. We understand that those letters will be appropriately stated during Teacher Appreciation Week as learning is for everyone. So just keep that in mind. We impact life unlike no other. And now for the rest of the items under the around the district. A special shout out goes to our amazing Chief of Schools, Dr. Shirley Gamble. She was recently recognized as a woman of distinction by the Girl Scouts of Eastern South Carolina. This recognition celebrates and honors outstanding women for their professional accomplishments, service to others, and impact on their community. So congratulations are in order to Dr. Gamble. Also, congratulations to Croswell Drive Elementary School. We heard a brief statement about that earlier.
Would you, sir?
But that's okay. Under the leadership of Dr. Sean Haggerty for being selected as the School of the Year for the 2024 Southeastern School Behavioral Health Conference. And Mr. Chair, I'm going to take a point of privilege to say that again. Croswell Drive Elementary School, under the leadership of Dr. Sean Haggerty, was recognized and selected as the School of the Year for the 2024 Southeastern School Behavioral Health Conference. That's what I'm talking about. All right, thank you. This prestigious award celebrates Croswell Drive's remarkable commitment to advancing behavioral and mental health programming and services, demonstrating innovation, inspiration, and a profound impact on the holistic mental health, and well-being of their students. Congratulations to Octavia Green from Furman Middle School, Terry Johnson from Cherryville Elementary School, and Rachel Presley from Shaw Heights Elementary School for being named finalists for the Sumter School District Teacher of the Year. Congratulations to Paris Cotton for placing second, and Maritza Mares Montez for placing fourth in the cyber security competition at the FBLA State Leadership Conference. Paris Cotton will represent Lakewood High School at the National Leadership Conference in June. Congratulations to the Best of Sumter winners from Sumter School District. Jeannie Presley, principal at Alice Drive Middle, for Best School Administrator. Best Middle School also. And Sumter High School was nominated as Best High School, and Ashley Kappelman was recognized as the Best Teacher. The Crestwood AFJ ROTC drill team participated in the Top Gun drill meet. Out of the 14 schools that participated, Crestwood came in second place as a state runner-up. Congratulations to the following award winners. First in Fancy Armed Solo, Cadet Major Gage Odell. Second in Fancy Armed Flight, Cadet Second Lieutenant Jack Sanchez Lopez. Second in Fancy Unarmed Flight, Cadet Captain Peyton Deese and Cadet Captain Krista O'Quinn. Second in Basic Armed Flight, Cadet Major Joseph Hendricks. Third in Fancy Armed Squad, Cadet First Lieutenant Jordan Damian. Third in Basic Unarmed Flight, Cadet Colonel Brianna English. Third in Fancy Unarmed Squad, Cadet Captain Peyton Deese. The Harmon Scholarship is awarded by Central Carolina Community Foundation to graduating high school students from Sumter, South Carolina, who will attend either Clemson University or the University of South Carolina. This scholarship is a full ride, plus a stipend and a new computer. Congratulations to Jada Collins, Elena Garrick, Aiden Kim, Erin Lynn, and Olin Towery from Sumter High, and Raymart Velasco for being named the recipients of the Harmon Scholarship. Please join us in congratulating Raquel Brown as the overall Santee Lynch's regional winner for the SC Technology Champion Student of the Year. She was nominated by Sumter Career and Technology Center, where she is enrolled in the health science program. Lastly but not least, join us for the American Heart Walk. That's coming up Saturday, May 11th, 9 a.m. at the Chamber of Commerce. Lace up your sneakers and join us as we will walk together to support health and raise awareness for cardiovascular diseases. It's a great opportunity to get active, make a difference, and show your commitment to a heart-healthy lifestyle. Don't miss out on this chance to step toward a healthier future. Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, that concludes my Around the District for this evening.
Can we please applaud all of these accomplishments at this time, please?
All right, sir. All right. At this time, our Executive Director of Academics, Dr. Jada McLeod, will present 24-25 local courses for board approval.
All right, you should have the list in front of you for the 2024-25 local board approved courses. These are the same as previous years. There have been no changes. However, the statute has changed that now it has to be approved every year. It used to be once they were approved, they were on the docket forever. Those have been changed in the last few years. So you have the AVID for middle school, 6, 7, and 8, the show choir for 7th and 8th graders, the African American literature at high school, the careers in education, you have the strength and conditioning, levels 1 through 4. You have unified sports, levels 1 and 2, the IB seminar 1 and 2, and then the high school Avid electives 1 through 4, along with studio art prep lab for AP and the music theory honors lab for AP also. And you have the descriptors with them. We've had these courses in place for quite a while.
Okay, all
All
right.
right, thank you.
Any questions for Dr. McLeod? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Superintendent?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time we'll have our executive director, or our chief finance officer, Mrs. Shatika Spearman, come. She's going to do the next several items, beginning with 6.4, and we'll round her out at 6.9.
Good evening. We will start with the Title I financial update. As we all know, this was a board-requested report that we'll do, I believe we agreed quarterly. So this is the very first quarter, and that period of time will cover January to March 31st of 2024. In the board packet, there were categories. The main categories for this grant for Title I are the salaries, benefits, purchase services, and materials. We have other and we have indirect cost. Those are the classifications for grants. And as you can see, we have them separated by the function, which is how the dollars are being utilized. And so for instruction in those categories, we have a 46% remaining balance. We've spent 1.5 million already. And so it goes through all of those categories for that function, if they're applicable, for the different services, the different benefits, the different materials. And as we look at this, the district has claimed $127,000 in indirect costs. We have the ability to claim $198,000 of indirect costs related to this grant for housing in our district. One of the highest percentages that we have goes with, I believe, the parenting family literacy, meaning that is the percent remaining, the smallest percent remaining to spend, that line. And so we have salaries, we have benefits, and purchase services with that. As you see, as an overview of this grant, we have a total of $8.4 million available. We've spent $4 million. We have remaining $4.4 million. So we're at a 52.5% remaining budget to spend. So are there any specific questions on Title I and how the dollars are flowing at this point in the quarter at a 50% spend?
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Question?
Ms. Spearman, when does this, correct me if I'm wrong, we're supposed to be obligated almost 100% by June, correct? Okay. So we are only not even halfway spent yet. So what is we got 52% still available. What are we doing?
The percentage left, if you take away the salaries, we will actually be under our 15%, and we have this money until September of 2025. So you have to realize that salaries are not totally paid out, and that's the majority of our Title I budget.
Okay, so what's the real number that we're at?
That is the real number that's on the paper, because salaries are continuous through this grant, through the fiscal
Correct.
year, this current fiscal
Yeah.
year.
So what I mean is, what funds that, except for the salary, put the salary money off to the side, what do we have left of that amount.
No, I would have to get, I could tell you we're under the 15%. If you pull out all of the salaries and
That's what I'm
benefits,
trying to get
we
at.
are under our 15% requirement already.
Okay,
But to have that exact number for you tonight, I do not have that,
Okay.
but I can assure you we are under the 15% requirement.
that's where I'm getting at, is I don't want to be what we were last year. And so, we're gonna have a finance committee meeting, and I would love to see the breakdown of that, what we have left.
We can
to go.
definitely, I'll be happy to get that to you.
Okay, because we're not gonna go through what we did last year.
We won't.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, if I may, I hope it's a quick question. It kind of piggybacks on what Mr. Colombo asked. On line 210-400, pupil services 211, materials were allotted 11,500. None has been spent.
210, say that again?
210-400. It's the last pupil services line.
Yes.
Nothing, according to this, through the end of March, we had not spent any of that, and that's for materials for students.
Let me get I'm looking for the 210-100 on here.
Not quite halfway down. Just above instructional staff.
Yeah, to give you the exact allocation and activity and strategy, because I don't have the plan in front of me, I would have to
Right.
let you know exactly, and I can do that during the finance committee or either get that directly to you for me to be able to tell you what strategies and activities are assigned to that and why it has not been. But it might be where we have some activities that take place in the fall of next school year, and that's allocated to that, so it won't be encumbered until then.
Okay.
Right, so you have to realize too, the Title I grant is for a 2-year period. So some things we have allocated, but the activities might not be scheduled until
Okay, so
after
this
this
is
report
a
is
two-year
given.
cycle.
Right, it is.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
This is just this lump sum. Do you have a chart where it shows which schools, have been ahead of the, in other words, they've got it all set out yet? Are all of your schools really working on this?
Yes, ma'am, our schools are actually doing an awesome job of spending their money. We have come a long way in the last year and a half
Okay.
when it comes to expenditures of Title I funds.
Okay.
And as you guys know, hopefully you remember from my previous presentation, we meet with schools monthly to actually update them on their expenditures as well as advise them on amendments if needed. So again, procedures and processes are in place to make sure we're not back in the situation we were in before.
All right, so you're on top of that.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
That would be an understatement, Madam Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just a
Yes,
moment. I don't really have a question. I just want to say thank you. This is hard work, and it's especially staring us down, trying to figure out, like, do you have all the answers? Do you not? What questions we're going to ask, right? So this is a very a tall hill to climb, and I just want to say I appreciate all that you're doing, and I really look forward to this finance committee meeting and seeing sort of how this will all break out. Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you for your input.
For 6.5, we have activity for March and 6.6 for April. Due to the April month being a one-meeting month, we needed to report on March as well as April. For March, you will notice that the total local revenue, we're at a 99.41% collection. And that is largely due to us receiving the interest on those investments that we have. And again, remember, we're budgeting very carefully to make sure that we can get a good number for our interest on investments, which has been performing very well. And you will see later on that we will try to capture more of that revenue on the budget line. So we're at a 700% collection on that based on what we estimated and what we wanted to conservatively report. But we're going to be reporting a little more than that for our budget for next year, since it's continuing to do well. As it relates to The state revenue, again, the biggest part of this is for the state aid to classrooms, our new funding. And what you'll notice is that we now project, based on the current 135 estimate or actual that we've had a reduction in the estimate of what we're going to receive, the 5,000,096. And that is because at the time that this budget had to be adopted, we didn't have 45 or 135-day data. And so based on that and based on what was finally approved as an additional amount by the legislature to allocate to school districts, all of that at the time the budget was approved is unknown. That's why this budget is continuously changing. And so what you do is make the best guess that you have at that point. Fortunately, we have had some areas collected over, and then you'll notice that our expenditures are under as well, will become under as well. So we are doing okay for this part of the year. We also have not collected other parts of our money that we don't get until really the month of June, end of May. So that money will be coming in as well. So right now for state revenue, we're at a 56.47% collection, and it's March of the year. As it relates to our federal revenue, impact aid dollars, we've collected $390,000 of that, which is 130% collection. And a change you will notice is that we've collected more indirect costs. We're at $1,017,306 in the collection of indirect costs, which represents an 84% collection. Overall, across all of the general fund revenue categories, we're at a 66.22% collection of our revenue. As it relates to our expenditures, one of the items that I wanted to mention to this body is that variance number 8, which represents dues and fees, is related to the Cognia accreditation year. When that year there are more costs related to that. That's every 5 years. So this fiscal year was that year. So for the remaining 4 years, we will not have that increased cost. We've also had increase in our pupil activity security services. Security is a major item that has increased. It increased based on the agreements that we have with our county, with our city, and what have you. So those costs will show as an increase as I report on what we expect for FY25. And payments to our other school districts, that is variance number 11. We're at about a $27,000 amount of payments to that. So as it relates to our expenditures for general fund, we're at a 61% spend. I believe this is the first month that we are below the revenue percentage. So we're now trying to catch up with the expenditures. So this is your report for March of 2024. As it relates to April of 2024, you will notice in the local revenue section that we did not receive our tax revenue for that month, for the month of March. So that is about 2 months that we went without increasing the local revenue. We have received something as of late, but there was a pause with that, so we had to call and see what was going on with that. So we got that straight. We're at still at a 99.41% collection on the local revenue. As it relates to our state revenue, again, we did not receive the payments for state aid to classrooms before this report was finished at April 30th, but we have received additional funding related to these items, so we are still remaining at a 56.47% spend. The only change that we've had was more collection for the indirect cost line for our grants. We collected another almost $100,000 in our transfer from other funds indirect costs. So this report for April didn't have a lot of activity. but it does represent a 66.28% collection from our expected revenue. So not much activity there. As it relates to our expenditures, as you will see, regardless of what we do revenue-wise, expenditures will continue to go. And so, as you see, we have expended about 69.69% of our budget in our expenditures. If you look at the column under FY24 projected, if you've been looking at that column as I make my report, we have a projection of what we expect to spend. And so that is the amount of expenditures we've had due to some increased items, such as the items listed in the variance column. And so today, if we were to stop operations for as of April 30th, 2024, we would have a reduction in fund balance to $47,696,314 from the $51,402. That is saying that at that point, revenue is less than expenditures. But recall, it has been that way all year. Okay? That is your report for March and April of 2024.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have one quick question for Ms. Spearman. I noticed there is a line where that covers, and I'm trying to find it on this one. I had it on the March one. There's a line that covers where we have to pay money out for students that transfer. Where is the line in the revenue for us getting paid for students coming in?
That would be under the miscellaneous line, and so we can dissect that to make a comparison if we're getting more money in from transit students or not.
Right. Okay. I'm sorry, I've had too much screen time today. And
No, that's fine. That's perfect.
again, it's hard to zero in on that, but thank you.
Dr. Canty, I have a follow-up question to what Ms. White just asked, and that is the payment to other districts in or out, is that a state mandate or is it a district courtesy?
No, it is a state mandate that they're supposed to pay when we send an invoice, and that we're supposed to be, and vice versa. That is just a good faith that we're doing this and that we're supposed to be doing it.
So it's good faith?
Yes. Some districts, it's required also in code, but some districts may or may not be caught up on that. But when we receive invoices from other districts, we pay.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just have a real quick question. Do we know, and I know this isn't necessarily this, but our funding is based largely on this. Do we know what the 135-day enrollment numbers are?
I have that for you in the FY25 budget section.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Next piece is our capital projects update. This is for the existing bonds that we have and the activity for that. I did prepare this report by fund and by school so that you could make some comparisons. As you know, Bond 520 is the Maywood Fieldhouse situation in which we have not utilized any expenditures per the board. And we're going to be moving forward on some things, and I think we'll have more information on that later. On Bond 524, if you look at the second sheet, you'll see that Bond 521, 522, and 523 are not being shown because they have been exhausted. We've used every cent of those dollars. And so 524 is the next bond with a balance, and we have a remaining balance of $307,505 in order to be used. We have regular meetings with primarily IT and maintenance, who are the recipients of these bond proceeds, to ensure that encumbrances are updated and that we're receiving invoices and that work is being verified to be completed. So that is how we zero out these bonds on dedicating that. And we do have someone dedicated to maintaining these projects and the procurements. Okay, so for Bond 524, it is almost exhausted. Bond 525 is our 2020 fall bond. We have $24,000 remaining on that. Again, you see that the surveillance and access piece of that was fully utilized. Roofing projects, you always see roofing projects on our bonds. As it relates to bond 526, $2.1 million remaining on that project, on those projects. And I did provide, if I remember, a location code key so that you will notice the last 2 digits of each of these account numbers tells you what school or location that it is referenced to. And again, the second report is by location. So those numbers that key should jive up to that.
Mr. Chair.
Question?
If I'm looking at that location one, on number 20, why do we have St. John on there?
Well, that is a report from the system, so it's going to give every single location code that we've had historically.
Okay, so that won't go away, even though it's...
That's correct.
even though
That's like a
not ours
permanent.
anymore.
So we won't be using, it shouldn't be used.
There's no money allocated.
No.
But we don't own it anymore.
Right, but it's a permanent data that cannot be erased from the system because it's had activity, and when you do comparison from old years to new years, you still have to maintain data. Okay, so for 526, we have the 2.1 million remaining. As we go to bond 527, that was the 2021 fall bond, and so we have most of that remaining. And as you will see, we're going to continue to go through those, and normally the newer bonds have monies remaining. And some of the projects for 527 that are going on, of course, is carpet. We have a carpeting line that we are utilizing ESSER funding first, and then we'll use our capital bond money. That is the process that we've been utilizing. For our athletic field track, as you all know, or if you're familiar, Crestwood project is out for bid, but it's track monies available in 527, 528, and 531. So that is the activity presently going on with 527. As it relates to bond 528, that was the 2022 spring bond. 528 activity includes purchases are ongoing for our Chromebooks line to make sure those stay updated. We have staff, well, that's a small amount, about $930 in staff laptops. Roofing for Cherryville and Millwood is ongoing in this bond. And then again, Crestwood has an allocation for the athletic field and track. As it relates to bond 529, this bond was the 2022 fall bond. Some activities going on are that for Marquise, all locations are complete, so the remainder will be reallocated. Again, maximizing the dollars in these bonds. When the project is complete, we reallocate it within that bond. The Willow grading project is ongoing. Maintenance has consulted several civil engineers and is still working on a solution. The ADA compliant stadiums, that's budgeted for $150,000 summer work, so that will be done at that time. The science lab chemical removal for $27,000, that's complete with the remainder to be reallocated. Again, so those dollars will be reallocated within that bond. And it will normally be allocated to any projects that go over, that have a higher quote or higher estimate, so that we'll fully use it for what you all approve for. So for 529 also, bus cameras, that line, $74 was remaining. Again, it will be reallocated to where it is needed. And surveillance, access and control and servers. Projects are ongoing. If I recall, there are some encumbrances on these. So that means that there have been work proposed and about to be done. So we are moving on that and staying on top of that. As it relates to bond 530, some activity are the softball backstops. $450,000, Crestwood is being included in the athletic fields project. Maintenance is in the process of securing quotes for Lakewood and Sumter High. Another activity going on in 530 are the football scoreboards for middle schools. Ebenezer, Furman, Bates, Chestnut Oaks, and ADE have received. Remaining balance will go towards the Maywood location. And so we have about 2.3 of the 6.3 million remaining for that. So that bond has been utilized pretty well. For bond 531, some activity that's going on. Of course, this is fine arts travel. Finance travel for $11,000 is designated for all state band and chorus. We have some plumbing improvements where maintenance is assessing and prioritizing projects. We have mulch for playgrounds, which is a summer project to the tune of $341,000 budgeted. Auditorium systems for $230,000. Updated quotes have been requested. All vehicle purchases to the tune of $655,000. The automotive shop and procurement are working on securing quotes for all vehicles through state contracts. And then there is a website hosting. There is metal detectors to the tune of $171,000. Remaining orders for DO facilities to be made during the week of 5/6. So there's movement going on with these bond accounts for 531. And that is the final bond that has a balance and that has been allocated and approved by this board. And right after this report, I will bring to you the newest bond that we have for the spring 2024 bonds process.
Mr. Chair, I have one question. In regards to the tracks, that money is dedicated to all 3 tracks of the high school, correct? Because that's what originally it was.
I believe so. I believe that it is. Some estimates have come in higher. So what we'll do is we'll continuously ask for additional dollars for it because these quotes have gotten higher.
I just want to verify it's all 3 tracks, correct? Thank you.
All right.
Okay. For the newest bond, that is, once I get my paperwork together. Yes. For this bond, this was the spring 2024 bond proceeds. Again, these are the proceeds left after we paid the bond on our books, and we have monies that we can use for capital projects. A requirement is that 25% of this must be spent on information systems and technology. So that 25% is $1.25 million for this $5 million proceeds amount. And for that, we are requesting school servers to the tune of $450,000, signal boosters, which have proven to give us signals in one of the locations in our districts that have such a terrible signal. They have, I think Pacala was one of them that was the first one to be tried with this, and it worked wonderfully. And so we're want to invest more dollars for that to the tune of $550,000, and then always servers, backup, disaster recovery efforts to the tune of $250,000, and that makes up the request for IT to the tune of $1.25 million. Now we have 29 requests for the maintenance portion of that. Again, our facilities are such an important priority that we do 75% normally of whatever bond proceeds we receive. And you will see these 29 requests. I don't know if you want me to go through each one of them, but if you have any questions about them, I will try my best to answer them. But these are the items that we have deemed important, top of the line, and they correspond to the budget meetings that we had with our schools during the budget process when we began in March. So if you have any questions or concerns, I will try my darndest to answer.
Just one question. What's Identikid?
That's when you come in. Identikid?
Oh, it's okay.
Identikid. What is that?
It's the badges? Okay.
Yes. When you come in the building and scan. That's what I thought it was.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. On number 19, it says bus repairs. Is that our school buses or our activity buses? Do you know, I mean, 'cause I'm under the impression that this, okay, state pays for school buses. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, first reading of our budget. Wow. As of today at 4 o'clock, was still getting estimates in from our requests, and they're still coming in. So again, this budget will change. I'll start out by saying that the 6 priorities for our 24-25 budget are that professional development will be focused upon. Facility improvements always will be a focus. Mental health supports and nurses is a crucial piece because a lot of that was paid with ESSER, and as it is on the decline, we will have to provide supports and determine what we need. Continuous recruiting and retain. I think we'll always have that as an area. Post-ESSER operations, you'll see that some of the increases to the request is due to ESSER sunsetting. And so we believe that we've prepared very well for it. And leveraging fund balance. That is a hot topic at the legislature level. And so all districts have made a decision to unite and to leverage our fund balance better. And that is as a result of a meeting with all of the CFOs in the state of South Carolina. And so we're all leveraging fund balance better. And you'll see that in this report.
Excuse me, Ms. Spearman. For purposes of this, I think we all know what the word leverage means. But when you say we are leveraging fund balance, could you explain what you, in this instance, what you mean?
Right now, because it's such a hot topic, and because we want to make sure school districts protect fund balance, if we're starting to assign fund balance dollars for specific activities, that will show us maximizing our dollars. Not dollars, but our ability. Remember, fund balance is not cash sitting in an account, just sitting there, not being used. It is a number on your financial statements that says in any year that you have more expenditures than revenue, you have this amount to deduct from. It's an accounting number. And so utilizing that, safeguarding that, that's what all the districts want to do, is protect it. And leveraging it, meaning using it for what the districts need and showing that good faith. So I always start my budget backwards and go for the expenditures. What expenditures do we anticipate? I wanted to start off this one by saying what the historical starting minimum salary is for the state, and then what Sumter School District has done. I went back to 16-17, and from 16-17 to 18-19, we were ahead of the state minimum. As years progressed, we met the state minimum from 2019 to 20, and we kept, and I think 2019 was that year of the low fund balance, the issue with that. And so we met the requirement, and we kind of stayed there. And then in 23-24, we came back on top of the state minimum, and that was due to the salary study. 42.5 was the state minimum, and we're at a 44.625 start. Proposed for 2024 is the 47,000 that the state is now requiring. That is a jump, a big jump. And so we're at the point where we wanted to meet that 47,000. And these are numbers comparing to the bachelor's degree, used to compare bachelor's degree, starting salary with 0 years. And so as we move through that, what we notice is that some bigger increases for the state. We have a lot of teachers that are doctorate levels. We have a good many. I forgot how many, but it's a good many that we have. And so we try to protect that with our having a competitive salary with that. The state has said that the jumps for the doctorate degrees are not going to be as much because they notice that a lot of them, they don't have as many. It's a lower percentage overall. So you'll see the bigger jumps with the state minimum salary with the bachelor's and the master's categories. And so we try to protect that and meet that if we're not already ahead with that. So the first mandated amount, of course, is the certified teacher salary and step and bus driver. Those are mandated by the state. And so based on the results of our salary study and based on the result of after we increase bus drivers to $18, we have an amount increase of $6.75 million. And that does include fringe. And that's what we anticipate for the mandated requirement for teachers and bus drivers. Another mandate state is the 2.75% increase on state portion. So that is an additional increase on the state part of the mandate, and we have to increase that. So when you increase the state portion of the bus driver salary by the 2.75%, we're going to see an increase in $38,548. This may not be fully funded by the state. Another variable cost that we've identified is bus monitors. Currently, bus monitors make about $8 and something cents, $8.59. And so we're doing a recommendation of $11 per hour, and that is about $48,258 estimated cost with benefits. Another mandate.
Excuse me, how many bus monitors do we have?
We don't have an exact number. We're still getting them in. As of today, we added a couple more. So we're still growing in spite of the pay. And so what we're trying to do is to retain after they come on board, and attract more. And so we checked around the industry, around the surrounding counties, and we were at the bottom.
Thank you.
Another mandate is the step increase for all other staff. Again, if we want to remain competitive with all the non-certified, the non-bus drivers, that is an estimated increase of $1.5 million. A fixed cost is a need for an additional AP at Willow Drive, $125,000 with benefits to include. Another fixed cost is a homebound and virtual teacher to the tune of $115,000 that includes fringe benefits as well. This was contracted through ESSER, but we decided that we definitely need it to remain. It has been working well.
Pardon me, I have one more question on these two items. An additional assistant principal at Willow Drive. Okay, the homebound and virtual teacher contract. Are we talking about the teacher is virtual or the students are homebound and virtual?
The students, the teacher?
And the students are homebound too.
And then the teacher obviously is communicating virtually, but,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a quick question on that. On the assistant principal, is that one assistant principal for $125,000?
That's including fringe.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, it includes.
Thank you very much.
It includes fringe benefits. And just a point of clarification, Willow Drive currently has one assistant principal. Most elementary schools in our district that are of like size have two. So we're really trying to.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I just saw the number. I pulled up the old salary study, and those two numbers are way off, but it makes sense now. Thank you for that.
Again, this is one of the main points at the beginning of the slide, focuses. Contract nurses, these were formerly paid out of ESSER to the tune of $500,000. This is a considerable expense, but is necessary and needed for our district. Based on the estimate for our audit services, we have an increase by $6,000 for our audit services across the procurement and the financial. For our fixed cost, again, another increase in insurance premiums, about $25,000. And again, security has increased again. It goes up by the cost of living for um, the groups that we utilize. We estimate about $600,000 with salary and fringe as an increase. Professional development, I'm sorry.
Just a question. Now, is that for equipment or personnel?
That is personnel.
Okay. All right.
Because during the year, we increased the need, and so we have to reflect on the budget now, on what we have, because we did have to increase. Fixed costs for professional development, being that professional development is a focus. We're starting out with an estimate of about $75,000 to help with those efforts. Academic software, we have several pieces of academic software that we deem very important and vital to remain that were paid by ESSER. We're estimating $150,000 increase for that. And so these are the expenditures at this point. Again, we're still checking our estimates. We're still reviewing all of the activity at the district, and we're at about a $10,004,498 increase in expenditures over what we currently have. Now, I've identified some of the items that we need to pay for. Let's see how we're going to cover it. Normally, I don't budget personally like that, but anyway. Local revenue millage, again, we understand what millage is. Our millage has remained constant. Debt service at 60 mills, operating millage at 159.4, and that still remains current. Per discussions with the county on this week and last week, the current millage value is $197,393. That is a net value that includes $48,000 related to the vehicle piece. So that is the combined millage value. And so we estimate $31,464,444 for tax ad valorem taxes. As you see on our 24 report, we estimated about $30,589,000. And so that is a slight increase, less than $1 million more in tax dollars for that line. This is the student enrollment history report that you mentioned, that you wanted to know. For 23-24, we're at a 45th day ADM, and that is average daily membership of 13,681. That's a 4.16% decrease. Our 135th day was at 13,650. That is a 3.93% decrease. And so what we did is we estimated the average of the decrease to determine 13,002 for 24-25 and a 13,190 based on that. And if you notice, the state aid to classroom is that pot of money that is determined on the enrollment, and the legislature has been able to increase the total pot. So when you increase the total pot, you end up getting more, because we're estimating increases in state aid to classrooms for next year, based on what the legislature has as additional dollars to allocate to the school districts. Again, these are numbers being reported on an incremental basis, meaning what we have over and above what we currently have.
Mr. Chair, just a quick question. Do you recall what last year's millage was worth, the mill value in Sumter County?
I believe it ended up being 190.
Okay.
Like, actually, now I think I saw the first reading, and I think it was rounded to 200,000.
That's
because
what I recall.
yes,
Okay.
but that was early on. That was first.
So it's not a big.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely not.
Appreciate it.
And so, as of last week, we were told what the additional funding for school districts would be, because that is the incremental piece that we care about. The House has an additional $230 million to allocate to school districts. Senate, $170 million. These numbers are based on the Senate version because it's lower and because we want to be conservative. Again, we're hoping for the House version. As it relates to our projected local revenue, that's about, as I mentioned, the ad valorem taxes, we're estimated at about an $800,000 increase. The interest on investments, this is the line item for the interest on the investments that we have that has been doing so well. We're going to go up to 1.5 million to estimate on that because we've been receiving a good return on that.
Mr. Chair, I have one question, real quick.
Question?
The increase, what I've been told, is the continental piece is kicking in now. So now we're getting almost close to, I'm hearing anything from 700,000 to $1 million from continental alone.
That's what most of that is.
Yes, that's what I thought. Just to let you, I wanted to just put on the record, that's what I'm hearing.
That's right.
And so bringing continental is now going to be counting in our numbers bigger. So the tax breaks are kind of set aside, and now we're getting the funding. So just to put that out there.
Thank you. School bus driver salary revenue, we're estimating about a $38,000 increase. Health insurance, the state is allocating health insurance to the tune of $1.775. The retiree insurance increase is estimated at $496,000. State aid to classroom, again, this is the Senate version, and we're estimating at $1.99 million more dollars for the state aid line because they have more monies available at the pot. So that is a total of 4.3 for our projected state revenue for FY25. As it relates to and then state revenue continue. This is the second part of state revenue. Property tax relief. This is the tier $3 that we receive at the very end of the year. This year we're set to receive $17.7 million. Next year we have an estimate of over $19 million to receive, which represents a 1.28 increase. And we receive that the very last part of the year. So that is the only increase on that sheet for 1.283. And then because ESSER is sunsetting, it is only right to also reduce the indirect costs that we've been receiving based on that grant. And so we're estimating a reduction of $350,000 from what we've been claiming and collecting over the last 3 years with ESSER. And so projected revenue is estimated at $7,611,622. Again, estimates are continuously to come in. We're hoping for the House version, but we are still reviewing our estimates to make sure that we are accurate and we have a good sound budget. So as you can see, there is a shortfall. There is a shortfall of about $2.39 million at this early stage. Again, May 22nd of last year was when we had our first reading of our budget, so we're early right now. So these numbers are really, really early. So 2.392 is the shortfall, and we are recommending utilizing fund balance to balance the budget to the tune of 2.392. And that is from subtracting that from the $51 million fund balance that was audited and approved at the start of the year. In addition to that, we're asking for approval to assign $3 million of a fund balance. That means an additional $3 million to designate for facilities improvements and building studies. Dr. Wright, you had something to add to this?
So there of course has been discussion, as Mrs. Spearman stated earlier, that there seems to be a push, if you will, to for districts to look at fund balances as a way to offset spending costs for this year. So we've had some pretty significant discussions about that. Also, the additional fund balance that we are at least proposing at this point would be used because of some of the upcoming projects that we believe that we will have. For instance, if we start looking at new facilities and things of that nature that the master plan committee is in the very beginning stages of talking about hypothetically, then there will be costs associated with that, whether it's facility studies or engineering reports or things of that nature. So That's the purpose of asking for that additional flexibility, if you will. We may not need any of it, but we certainly want to be in a position for this board to at least be aware of the fact that we may be coming back to ask for that.
Dr. Wright, question, I know it was during the master plan, what could the state, as in grants, can help us, have we looked into that to help us get some funding to offset all this?
So, as we speak, we were talking about another state that had, I'm trying to stay away from mentioning that state, another state that had a needs-based grant program that's already in place. As of now, the state of South Carolina doesn't have that in name. There have been some unique cases where legislation was approved to assist districts in building schools. So we obviously would leave no stone unturned in terms of that, and probably would need some help from members of the Board of Trustees to help us talk to legislators and things of that nature, should we get to that point. But I think we're at best in preliminary stages of those conversations right now.
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question. Just because this is a lot of information and just for clarity. So what I'm seeing here is, correct me if I'm wrong, we have a FY budget with revenue of $7.6 million, expenditures outpace revenue by 2.3 million. We're telling the world that we're going to offset those costs by using fund balance, and that is based on minimum possible revenues based on the House version or the Senate version.
Correct.
Okay, so I mean, we can't project. We have to project what we, conservatively. But I'm guessing, I'm hoping is if there's likely going to be some sort of greater budget approved. So this is a bare bones, is what I'm getting. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So hopefully we can see some more revenue without dipping further into fund balance. Is kind of our guess, right? Okay.
That's what we're hoping.
All right. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, one more question to piggyback on Mr. Zell. So, because we're using the Senate version, and hopefully we'll come in closer to the House. So on our first reading, say, we pass first reading, then we find out what the numbers actually are, even though we approved use of 2 million of the fund balance. If we don't have to use it, it stays where it is. But that is a just in case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that number could go down.
Yes.
We may still have to use a little bit, but we've already said you could use this much.
Correct. And we're still within our policy of a 1 month general fund operating fund balance.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Also, as a point of clarity, if I might, Mr. Chair, just really quickly. So the general public may notice that there is not a request this year for additional millage. That is a direct reflection of some of the legislative conversations that's had with the council of, that might not be the correct word, Mrs. Spearman, but the council of CFO members, as well as some conversations that have been had locally. I want to be clear that as a superintendent of schools, not asking for additional millage is no way an indication that we don't have needs. Our needs exceed either the House or Senate budget, whichever one is approved, but the prevailing thought is that we can get by, if you will, this upcoming year with the fund balance expenditures that we are asking for. So I just want to be clear and on the record that that is in no way indication that we do not have needs that exceed the budgeted amounts that we've discussed tonight.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's see, other items to discuss, to note. Again, these revenue and expenditures
figures will continuously change as time passes on. We're watching the legislature very closely. Currently, there is a $440,000 difference on just the state aid classroom line between the Senate and the House version. So we presented the lower estimate from the Senate in this presentation. Right now, we are interested in next steps. Next steps, of course, well, first reading occurred tonight. We just wanted to have a total picture of how this is going to go. I will go back, along with my staff and the ELT, and under the guise of the superintendent, go back to reevaluate revenue and expenditure estimates. We are estimating and proposing a public input meeting for Monday, June 3rd at 5:30. At that meeting, this will be all that we recommend to be discussed, is the public input budget meeting. On June 11th, we've secured that date with the county council for our school budget presentation. And for our second and final reading, we're proposing Thursday, June 13th, 2024, for that to be where you all adopt, I pray, adopt the budget for FY25 so that my staff can begin preparing for the new year.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, just one question. I'm going back to the nurses, and I know you used extra funds in the past, and I know you were new. How did we pay for nurses before COVID? Five additional, and where are they at? Like, what schools?
They were mainly added to the secondary level.
Okay. And we didn't have any we never had nurses at that time before COVID?
They had to share schools.
Really?
Now they still do, but it's not as bad as before COVID.
Gotcha.
Before
Okay.
COVID, some of our nurses had to share 3 and 4 schools.
Really? Wow. Okay, thank you.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, sir.
At this time, we will proceed to item 6.10, 6.10, which is the discussion about open enrollment. We have Mrs. Joyce Perkins, who is our coordinator of attendance, and Mr. Samuel Myers, Executive Director of Operations. She's going to put it up in just a minute.
Ms. Perkins. Mr. Myers.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Ms. Perkins will go over the open enrollment process for the district. That's been the request of the board, and she's going to take a few minutes to share that information.
Good evening. As you know, Policy JCA addresses the assignment of students to schools, which it states that we would like for our students to attend the schools that they're zoned for based on their residence address. It also addressed an out-of-zone request availability for hardship, with the parent having the responsibility of identifying what the hardship is. And it also addressed the fact that a full-time employee of the Sumter School District will be able to have their students placed preferentially based on availability, or just have them placed regardless. Next slide. So open enrollment is a process that came about in which parents are able to apply for their children to attend a particular school for the participation in a specific program study that's not available for their home school, also known as zone school. This came about in 2009 when Sumter School District 2 and 17 combined, and it gave the parents an opportunity to apply for a school in which their student wasn't zoned for to participate in a program of study. But since then, most of our schools are on the same playing field, so very few movement is made during the open enrollment process. Next slide. Open enrollment happened this year, April 1 through 30, and a total of 546 applications were submitted. Of that number, there were 165 approvals. For our Sumter School District employees, there were 70 applications submitted. All 70 of those employee applications were approved. We have maybe 2 or 3 families that are not zoned, that are not living in our district, that we're waiting to get their letters of release from their residents, and then their students will be placed. Of the denials, we had 79 first appeals, which led to 16 second appeals. And our appeals committee met throughout the open enrollment process. We started April 19th. We met on the 26th of April, and May 3rd was the last time that we've met. Since then, since May 3rd, which was Friday, we've had 2 more appeals to appear that we have to review. Our out-of-zone applications as of May 3rd, there were 45 submitted. These are the applications where parents submit based on a hardship request. The district does not have a concrete definition of hardship, so we look at each application individually and try to focus if the hardship is affecting the student more so than affecting the parents. We've had a total of 18 approvals. The number of first appeals were 15, and then the second appeal is 1. The first appeals is vetted through the appeals process committee. The members are Mr. Samuel Myers, Dr. McLeod, Ms. Verone Davis, Dr. Newton Taban, Ms. Joni Somerset, Dr. Davita Harriet, and Dr. Kelvin Williams. And of that pool, we have at least, for each appeals committee, we had at least 4 or 5 members to attend, with me facilitating the lead of the appeals. Next slide. So in just a quick comparison between this year and last year, we had a total of 546 applications last year. All 91 of the Sumter School District employees were approved. And then for the hardship applications, we had 280. And in that mix, there were some Sumter School District employees that applied, and 37 were approved. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair, I got a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Perkins, about, and this is really more for the board, and it looks like it's a policy change that we probably have to implement. But I think, and I request the policy committee to really attack this one because of school choice. I think now we have competition now between the charter schools, another charter school that's about to take 1,000 kids away from us, and I think we need to look at the new policy change as into allowing parents to choose wherever school they like to go to. It's not on you. It looks like it's more on the board. When it comes down to, I would request the policy committee to look at new procedures to allow parents. So instead of rolling out the red carpet for our competitors, we should looking at allowing parents to choose what school they would like to go to. What is your, because of what's going on right now, what is your suggestion on that? Is to modify some of those? Because we're losing students, so we got to stop losing students.
To be honest, open enrollment really is a tedious task that's really not necessary, because most of our schools are offering the same programs. If you are going to implement a policy, then you would have to take a look at what that would entail to allow the parents to move throughout the district, making sure that we don't overload one school versus having one school empty.
Correct. I totally understand that, and that's part of the policy. I mean, is every school is not the same as in academic-wise. And again, it goes into the world of it's the parent's choice, not the school's choice anymore. That's over. So my suggestion is really go to the policy committee and allow them to come up with new policies on this to allow the parents to choose, because that's what's going to happen with the charter schools and the other charter schools. So we got to start looking at This is competition now. It's over now. We're not the only game in the town. So my suggestion is to relook at this policy and come up with new suggestions. And even schools have waiting lists. If they have a waiting list, they can go on a waiting list. If it opens up just almost like a daycare. But I think we need to give the power back to the parents and allow them to know what school they would like to go to.
I would also like to address that, as opposed to making it an open forum for parents, let's reinvest in our schools so that we will not have a negative stigma on any school, that parents will be happy to go to any school.
Oh, I'm all for that too, but I think also parents would like to figure out what's best for their children.
Okay, are there other questions?
Mr. Chairman, make a quick point. Our military people, one of the first things they like to look at is the report cards. And unfortunately, that is something I think we have to honor. When a parent looks at something and they feel like it's unsatisfactory, I believe they should still have a choice to attend our district. How much does the state give for each student per pupil? What's the figure? Because we've lost almost 2,500 students. How much is it? I don't know. Yeah, we should have, I should have asked Ms. Spearman, but that's a lot of money. Anyway, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the board and Mr. Superintendent, Ms. Scott, ladies and gentlemen who've joined us tonight, I beg the privilege of our early departure. I was really supposed to be in travel hours ago, but I did not want to leave without being at this meeting, but I cannot stay any longer. And I ask that you pardon me, and I look forward to seeing you on the 20th. I'll ask our vice chair to continue to preside, unless there is objection. Thank you so very much. Mr. Superintendent? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, this is what I need.
Yes.
Thank you. And you be careful.
And that's where we are.
Okay.
He's still.
Yeah. Madam Vice Chair, members of the Board of Trustees, we're now ready for item 6.11, which is a code of conduct update, and we have each of our main members of our committee sitting before you. Our Chief of Schools, Dr. Shirley Gamble, Executive Director of Operations, Mr. Samuel Myers, and our Executive Director of Communication and Community Engagement, Ms. Shelley Galloway.
Okay, good evening, Chairwoman or Chair Vice Woman Disney, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Wright. This evening, Dr. Gamble, Mr. Myers, and I will provide an update on the Code of Conduct. So in order to solicit feedback, we facilitated a variety of stakeholder feedback sessions. We began on January the 11th with the Teacher Advisory Council, followed by the Board of Trustees update on January the 22nd. On February the 21st, we convened the Code of Conduct Committee, where a representative from every single school was invited to attend, and we divided up by elementary and middle and high. On March 13th, we did the same. We divided our principals elementary, middle, and high, where we discussed what the feedback was from the stakeholder groups before, so they could provide their feedback as well. On March 22nd, we met with our Student Advisory Council, which I must say we had some great representation, a lot of great ideas. Followed up, and then we followed up again with our principals on April 17th to bring back the final feedback that we had had from all of our stakeholder groups. And we also solicited parental feedback that was requested via our principals. And so we want to note that we did receive a lot of positive feedback overall on the code of conduct. There were some concerns, however, about the interpretation and implementation of the code of conduct at some of the schools. It was not the majority, but some of our schools did mention that. And so a lot of that can be addressed through training. And the proposed changes to the code of conduct, which Mr. Myers will go over in just one moment, that is a reflection of consistent feedback from our stakeholder groups. So again, we took into consideration what our stakeholders said to make the changes or the proposed changes for our code of conduct.
Some of the current changes that you're noticing now in reference to threats, under the current category 2 offenses, in meeting with our stakeholders, being our committee members, principals, and feedback from teachers as well, you can see the current category of category 2 offenses, and threats was one of the main ones that they had some concerns about. And if we can go to the next slide, you'll see that the request was to move threats to category 3, and you'll see the process in which that entails, where you start with the parent conference and suspension up to 10 days. We've removed the cease and desist notification, and we added continue with the threat assessment and to refer for disciplinary transfer or referral to the hearing office. This was a consensus by the committee, principals, and the teachers, and the feedback that we received. This in itself is one that they wanted to make sure that it was done in a way that every piece of that could be captured. Next slide, please. As we move forward, it was a resounding piece in reference to hit, kick, push, which has been added to the listing itself. You'll see it by elementary, middle, and high. The listings there are the ones that we have come up with based off the different pieces from the stakeholders themselves. And hit, kick, push is one that we wanted to ensure that was added effectively and efficiently. Next slide, please. There was a major piece in reference to tobacco violations. You'll see what has been listed for elementary and middle. The pieces that are in red are the changes that have been noted. The sections that are lined out are the ones that were previous, and the red is now what it stands. And we wanted to ensure that we listened to what the stakeholders had indicated. We had some in-depth conversations in reference to what needed to be done, and this is what we've come up with, and we're working to move forward. Next slide, please. And this is the last section of the tobacco violation for high schools, and you will note the changes in red. Next section.
Good evening. As we continue with our presentation, we recognize after working with our code of conduct for 1 year that we needed to clarify some language, because there was some confusion from building to building regarding whether a student had to commit the same 4 offenses before they could be referred to the hearing officer, and that was never the intent. It was meant for any combination of 4 offenses in level 1 and 3, that those students can be referred to the hearing officer. So we clarified that language so it would not be ambiguous to any user this upcoming year. The next one, please. Also, just for data, just to give you an update, and that was the 150th day, which was April the 12th. We compared the 2 years at the 150th day, and we're still down when it comes to fighting. We're down 27%. Overall infractions are down 12%. And although it's not listed on the slide, but our expulsion hearings have also decreased to down by 22%. And I do know that our board has expressed some concerns about after-school detention and Saturday detention offerings. We have polled our principals, and we did also, I think you had a conversation, Ms. Galloway, you can continue with that with teachers, but our principals certainly are not in favor of the after-school detentions or the Saturday detentions. And you can see when we polled those principals, and that was at a principals meeting, and things they wanted us to consider is the fact there's a lack of transportation home, and that also when we were asking students to remain on campus, at the conclusion of the detentions, if the students are not able to have adequate transportation, the adults have to stay. They cannot depart until all the students are gone. So that's one of their concerns as well, is about the amount of time it will take to get all students off campus. And again, the supervision, and with the supervision also comes the compensation and also the respect for work-life balance. And I just wanted to also to state that there are students who do have issues with the transportation and trying to get back and forth to school when they're asked to stay after school. And so I do think we should be mindful. And as I shared with our team when we were working on this, that I would have been one of those students, would not have had adequate transportation to be able to participate in this. And if our students do not participate in the detentions, are we now going to assign them OSS, which is now out of school, so now they're being removed from the school setting as a result of not being able to remain after school. Next.
As a part of the code of conduct itself, there are certain components basically that make up some of the reasons students are suspended. And we needed to make sure that we identified that our weapons detection systems are up and operating at Crestwood, Lakewood, Sumter High, Career Center, and at the Adult Education Center. We wanted to ensure that you knew that those were working, and we're pleased to say that we have now acquired the 42 units that will be placed at our elementary schools and middle schools, and 2 units will be placed at each one of those sites. That in itself gives us an opportunity to cover all of those areas, giving principals and teachers and students opportunities to pick up on those small things that may enter into the schools. And we're happy to say that we're at that point and we can move forward with that.
And last but not least, communication is very important when it comes to letting our stakeholders know that we do have revisions to the Code of Conduct. Please know that at our June leadership retreat that we do provide an overview and training with our principals and our assistant principals. We did that last year and we'll continue to do that this year. We also offer Code of Conduct training for our teachers and our students at the beginning of the year. The students receive an overview of the entire Code of Conduct, and in return, they sign the attestation forms that stating that they have received the Code of Conduct in addition to our staff. We also post the Code of Conduct very visibly on our district and school websites. We will do a robocall to let families know where they can find the Code of Conduct and to also expect an actual hard copy. We do print a hard copy for every single student. We did that last year as well, where they take that home to their families as well. We will also send out notification on our mobile app, posted on our school marquees. Thank you to Mr. Bruce Mills for always doing a great job of covering it in the newspaper. And I have the weekly radio show that I can also talk about it as well. And then we'll also highlight it on our district and school social media. And that concludes our presentation. If y'all have any questions, we'd be happy to entertain them.
Madam Vice Chairman, Chairwoman, I'm not sure. I'll call you Chairwoman. Just 2 questions, very simple. First, going back to the threat definition. What is that? Is that like a bomb threat, or is that like a, I'm going to mess you up kid type? Or is all the above? Both? Okay. There's a lot of room between those 2 things, is I guess what I'm getting at. So, okay, so that's something I guess we could probably, I'm interested in having a further conversation about. And then the last question I had was the 24-25 school year, Mr. Myers, you said the 42 new units, the weapons, we have them in our custody? And what's sort of the rollout that look like? I know this is more of a code of conduct, but just interested in.
Yes, we have all of those, and we're in the process of inspecting those units. They will be placed in the schools prior to the start of the new school year, and the training process will ensue prior to that as well.
So it's just going to be from here on up to the
Yes.
school year? Cool, appreciate it, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I have one question. So, back to you saying, about the referrals. Going into this year, you're saying if they get 4 referrals, doesn't matter what category, if they get 4 referrals starting this year, this upcoming school term, they're out of school.
Not
No?
necessarily. They will be referred to the hearing officer who will make a determination. But actually what we have been doing anyway, Ms. English, there was just a few schools that were saying, or teachers that were saying they were confused about whether it was 4 consecutive.
That's what I was getting at. It was
Right.
4
Mhm.
consecutive in the
Right.
category. So that's what I thought. I was like, 'cause at first, I was against it because I thought it was this at first. But then when they were saying they was giving them chances, I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But it's more chances like that. So now we're setting it completely. We changed everything and saying 4 referrals and then you're out.
That is right. That is actually the intent that was supposed to be. And actually, the majority of our schools were following the 4 referrals. And then they would, yes, they were.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Oh.
may I? Okay, for the, I see on the data, we have a 20% reduction, 27% reduction in fights, 12% reduction in overall infractions. My question, I guess, is a two-pronged question. How confident are you in the fidelity of what is being reported at the schools, by the schools?
I am fairly confident. I can't tell you that that is exactly an accurate assessment, but I am fairly confident.
And I mean, when I say that, I mean they are following it and implementing it and reporting everything that should be reported.
I would,
Based
I am
on the
still
code.
confident, right, I am confident that they
Okay.
are trying to follow that code of conduct. I am.
Okay, and are you aware that we have at least one school who has their own code of conduct that they are using before they start using this one?
No, actually, we have some schools that are still implementing process that we have in Sumter School District, where we do at least try interventions prior to the code of conduct. And honestly, that's what really we should be doing, is because of the fact that we're not automatically, on the first time a child, maybe talks too much in class, that we're looking to put them in the code of conduct and take action against them. So what they're doing is they are beginning to have things such as they make a guidance referral or a parent conversation with a parent. So that is not so unusual.
For minor infractions.
Right,
Yeah.
right. For anything that's major, I do not believe that is occurring. If they're fighting, I do believe automatically they're going directly to the code of conduct.
Okay, thank you.
And you're saying that it's just me asking, you're saying that it's 27% less fights going on right now in this district versus last school term?
That is correct.
And you,
Based on the data that is
based on the
submitted.
data you received, and
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
do you believe that the 27, do you have any doubts in that? Because, some of us are seeing WWE around here every week, but I'm just.
I'm going to say that I am a person that do believe in professionalism,
Okay,
and I believe that our principals are professionals.
absolutely.
And since I believe that, I'm going to say that they are reporting this. Now, if there's any reason for me
Okay.
to doubt, then of course I'll change my mind about that.
Okay,
But at
okay.
this point, I do believe in our principals.
Okay.
That they are doing their jobs as we're asking of them.
Okay, that's fine.
Madam Chair, a couple questions. One, when we get the stats on that, kind of follow up on the percentages, can we actually get the numbers? Because it looks great percentage-wise, especially when it comes from a high-level amount. But can we provide also the actual number there?
22-23 school year is 907, 23-24 is 665.
Okay.
And that's fights.
Yeah.
Overall, Infractions was 16,119 from last year, and currently we're at 14,131.
So it's-
And hearing, expulsion hearings, 468 in 22-23, and we are currently at 363 in 23-24.
Thank you on that. So we still got a lot of work to do.
Oh, absolutely. So that's why
So-
I'm not thinking that
That's
they're
what
not
I'm
putting
getting
them in. As you can see, those are still a lot of.
Correct. That's what I'm getting at.
Right, so,
This is.
yes.
I mean, it looks.
Yeah.
It looks. The percentage-wise looks good because of how many we've had. And thank you for the information.
No problem, yes.
The second one is these kids are smart. Okay. And I know for a fact some of them are circumventing the metal detectors. What do we have a policy or a code of conduct if they're caught circumventing the metal detectors? What do they get? And if it's not in there, we need to get that in there because I know for a fact it's happening.
Refusal to obey would be one option. We also have an offense that's considered other minor, or it could be other serious. So there are behavior codes that they can
That would be
utilize.
serious.
Right.
Yeah. So can we clarify that? Because I think that one can get really, a parent can say, oh, where does it say that in the code of conduct that they get caught? That's not in there. It's not, I can see that's very gray. And I think we need to, now that we have these in play, and I know for a fact it's actually happening, they're getting smart and they're trying to beat the system. I think we need to be one step ahead of them and basically put that in black and white. So if they do get caught, so they'll think next time not to do it again.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes.
Oh yeah, I will. Yeah, I was just aware of this just recently.
And I would like to clarify something that you asked, Mr. Zell, if I can. You talked about threat because of the wide variety. There is something called a threat assessment for any threat that must be conducted. So that threat assessment will determine the severity of the punishment. Okay.
You mentioned bomb threat too. I want to clarify that's a whole nother category all itself. So what that is pretty much is person to person threats. Madam Vice Chair, I got one other point of clarification. I want to remind us that when we started talking about the code of conduct and the need for it being revised and renovated and so forth, we said that this work is and was a work in progress. Even if the figures aren't exactly right, and I don't have any reason to believe that they're not, we have seen a reduction in the amount of offenses with this new instrument. And I just want us to be clear that when you operate a code of conduct with fidelity, it is not a fix-all. So there's still going to be stuff that's going to happen that we will continue to work on, but certainly it appears through the evidence that things are getting better, and we're going to continue to, as we hear of things that we need to tighten up on, we're certainly going to do that. I believe in safe schools, so we'll try to get there as best we can.
Madam Chair, just for clarification right quick, the points that were pointed out in red, highlighted in red, we're not making changes until next school term, or are those changes are in effect now? There's a next school term, okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
one thing, I do see a reduction, and we're going to trust that this is and until proven differently, I will take that at its face. So I think it's safe to say in this instance, and it could be carried over into other instances that we deal with, defining and having clear-cut consequences for your actions can have a positive effect on behavior, it would appear. So I think that's a good thing. And granted, we are not where we want to be. However, this has been 1 year, and it is moving in the correct direction. So I would like to reiterate, consequences can bring, the impact of consequences can provide desired results. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
one other thing is, and I don't see that anything in here, and this is probably the big elephant in the room, is cell phones. Nationwide, other school districts are going towards minimizing the cell phones. So I suggest that we need to relook at that, and actually if putting cell phone lockers in each classroom and the teacher has the key to it, I'm all for it. But we need to take the cell phones away from these kids in the classroom so they can learn.
But there is a code also for when a student refuses to comply with the teacher or the adult when it comes to cell phones. Again, refusal to obey, failure to comply. You know, there are codes for that. Now, I have not recently checked the state behavior codes because the state defines and gives us the codes that we must use. And I don't know if there is one specifically that just says cell phones, but I can certainly go and look. But we do have codes that will cover when a student does not comply.
Got it. I know we have that. I think we.
That's going to be a policy
Correct.
issue,
That's
Mr.
gonna be a
Palumbo.
policy. Thank you. Thank you.
There's also been discussion at the state legislature about that, and most of us that supervise school districts for a living are waiting for direction from the state because that'll make it easier to enforce, to be honest with you, or easier to implement. Let me use that word.
I see, Miss English, your list means let's move it on. I do thank you for what you have done. I was surprised that there weren't more revisions. I was afraid, remember last year, we all thought it was too tight, and I thought we were gonna back off on them, but we didn't. You did a great job. Thank you. And I am going to assume we now need to go into executive session. And as I remember, we have to have a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
this is my favorite motion. I move to enter into executive session for discussion of individual student matters, transfers in and out of district, and the monthly personnel report, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, termination, and/or release of employee, and safety update.
Is there a second? Second. Then we shall go on to executive session. Oh, we have to vote. I'm so sorry. Yes. Is there a vote? Who? By hands. How many agree? Oh, here we go. Yay. If you will just make your choice, and does it pass? Then we shall move to executive session. Thank you. And we are to the point where we are going to be reading the motions and voting on them.
Madam Chair, I move to release students A through F from Sumter School District for the upcoming 2024-2025 school year.
Second.
I see the motion's been made and it's been seconded. At this time, we would like you to vote on it. Well, is there any discussion? No, not, since there's no discussion, go ahead and make your choice. It passes. Is there another motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, lady, I would move to allow students A through M to attend Sumter School District for the upcoming 24-25 school year.
I second the motion.
It's been made, the motion's been made and it's seconded. Are there is there any discussion on the matter? Not having any discussion, you need to make your choice and vote. Mine didn't pop up. Did yours come up? Mine hasn't come up.
Just raise your hand.
Okay, raise your hand if you,
If it didn't pop up.
all right, does anybody opposed?
The rest of us voted on.
Okay. The vote has passed. Is there another motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to move to approve personnel report for Monday, May 6th, 2024, as presented with an addendum to approve CHRO.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion? If you will now, there's no discussion, so if you will make your choice. Okay, the vote has passed, so is there another motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion to approve the second reading of policies IA, IB, IC, ID, IG, IGCA, and the removal of policies IHAR and IHAE.
Is there a second to
I
that?
second that motion, Madam Chair, lady.
It's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion on the matter? Having no discussion, go ahead and make your choice. Okay, the vote passes. Is there another motion to be made?
Yes.
9.4, correct? Yes, Madam Chair, can I get a motion to approve the 2024-2025 board meeting calendar as presented?
I second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and it's seconded. Is there any discussion on the matter? No discussions, so make your choice on the vote. Okay, that vote has passed. 9.5, is that correct? Is there?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion at this time to approve the school year 24-25 local courses as presented.
Second?
Okay, the motion is made and it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? All right, then, if there's no discussion, go ahead and make your choice. That vote passes. Look at 9.6.
Madam Chair, a motion to approve the first reading of the general budget for fiscal year 2024 and 2025.
Madam Chair Lady, I second that motion.
I guess the motion's made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Since there's not any, go ahead and vote your choice. Okay, 9.7.
Madam Chair, I would make the motion to approve the spring 2024 capital bond proceeds request.
I second that motion, ma'am.
Okay, the motion's been made, it's been seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, go ahead and make your choice. Are there any other motions? All right, then, since we have the consent agenda, and I don't see anything to not approve it, we'll go ahead and approve the consent agenda. Is there anything else for tonight? Then we are now going to go home, close the meeting. Thank you, ma'am. You're welcome.